right? I will be right back.
Everybody should be in ping mode right now. Welcome to the room. This is going to be a great topic to address today. Hey, Shalom, Elder. Yeah, Bashim Shabrakata. Shalom. Everybody should be on ping mode right now. We should get this room filled up. It's a great topic. All right. Share the room to your social media platforms. All right. You got the button on the bottom left hand side of your screen. You can click on that and share the room. All right. Let's share the room. Let's get it up to about 30 in the next couple of minutes. Everybody share the room.
Yeah, share the room, y'all. I'm about to share the room myself right now, right? Let's get our sisters in here, right? Let's get our sisters in here. Let's get our mothers in here. Let's get our aunties in here. What's up, auntie? You know what I'm saying? Let's talk. Let's have this discussion, right? Share this room, y'all. I'm sharing it right now. All right, let's talk about y'all. Kwame Asharala.
Share the room. We're gonna get things started pretty soon. Just trying to get some more people in the room. All right. All praises. We're at 22 shares. All praises. Let's get it up to 40 in the next few minutes. Keep sharing the room, family. As you come in, share the room. Water. As you come in, share the room. Share the room. All right. Do your part. And if you come in and you have an opposing view on the topic, or you have something to add to the topic, you can always raise your hand, come up to the stage, and we'll get right to you as soon as we get things going in the room. All right. Keep sharing the room, Israel.
Share, share, share. Ping, ping, ping. Right, we want to have an open discussion today. Of course, this is a biblical platform, so the scripture is going to come out, but this is more like an open discussion. So make sure you share this room. Let's get our people involved, and we definitely going to start up the room in the next 3 minutes. Most High willing.
Hey, yo, I wonder if Clubhouse would take away that limit they got on the pinging thing, man. It would be nice if we could ping more people.
God, what's the point of having X amount of people on your ping list if you only can ping like 50? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Don't make any sense.
Yeah, we definitely want our sisters to get involved in this conversation too, because we definitely don't want this to be no echo chamber. So, y'all sisters in the audience, if y'all have time, raise your hand. Come up on stage. We're gonna start up in a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Also, ping your friends that believe in feminism, that think that that's good for our community or our people. All right. You're Christians. You're feminist Christians. All right. Ping them to the room. Let's get this room filled so we can get the conversation going. All right. Raise your hand uh, if you can add to the conversation. And welcome to the stage, Sister Carlene and Sister Lakeisha. Welcome to the stage. Shalom. We'll be right with
Shalom.
you. Hey, Shaw Paul, is it raining on your side?
It is like a light rain right now, like a light rain. I know it might get heavier.
Con. It's been getting a little bit warmer. All praises.
Kind it's almost springtime, so you know what that means. It's almost Passover, y'all. Right? If y'all ain't got no Passover plans, remember that the HOI is holding Passover in the South, Atlanta, Georgia. Right? Atlanta, Georgia. HOI is holding the Passover. Right? You can hit me up or hit up the brother Ari, right? RSVP. Let us know, man. Right? Celebrate these high holy days and these feast days and be biblically accurate when you do it. But once again, this is your kosher breakfast house, the skillet. Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it and the heathen fears it. Because every morning brothers bring the swords out. Let you know what the law about. And turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're going to bring it out. If you haven't already, on the top of your screen, click the little greenhouse. Make sure you follow in this room, Crown of Thorns, right? And all the other platforms attached to this room, like HOI to the Chariots Fly, the Man Up Show, etc., etc. Because we're building a major platform, right? Where we're pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes and pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi to your Howard Shah crack the sky. All praises to the Most High, man. And today's subject is feminism black culture? Hashtag Big Mama, right? So we could open up, man. Let's see what our people think. You know, we have that culture constantly, we got the culture of what you say about my mama, the mama jokes. Mama, I just want you to know, loving you is like food to the soul. You know, you got the culture of all my women that's independent, holla at me. You got the culture of, you know, who run the world girls. You know what I'm saying? That Madonna song said girls just want to have fun, but when it comes to our women, they have songs like "Who Run the World." So let's talk about it. If y'all want to open up, brother Irie, if you want to open up, or one of our ladies can open up. I'm saying you feel free to start it up, y'all.
Con. All praises to the Most High. Throughout the shop for that. This is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of the House of Israel congregation. Today's topic is feminism black culture, right? Hashtag Big Mama, right? It's a great topic, man, right? Throughout for opening the room, Shaw Paul, we appreciate you. Also, if you're in the audience, you want to add to the conversation, please raise your hand, come up to the stage and build with the family, share the room. Also, one more thing, follow the room, click on the greenhouse above our head, follow the mods, and follow the people that are going to be on the stage, bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. All right, Sister Colleen, you see the topic. The floor is yours. And Shalom. What you got to add to this up?
Oh, shalom. I'm from Britain, and when I heard the topic, I just thought, it was more prevalent in my mother's day. And I guess it was prevalent in my day too. I'm like 60 at the moment, or going on 60. But the point is that I think a lot of women in my day basically used the ideology that it was about women and women's lib and women to burn the bra. And I think that's how Margaret Thatcher in the early 80s, how she got in. But sometimes I think people don't understand that there'll always be something that the government will push just to get your votes if you're not voting. I think in terms of today, I've watched marriages break down because people or women tend to think that they have this dominance over the husband and perhaps use it if there's an issue within the family. They want to make it look as if, women can do this and women can do that. And what I noticed, I had a business for 25 years, and I remember a very young girl came into the shop. I think it was about late at night because I was having a party, and the young lady came in as frail as you could see, and she's asking me or asking us if we know the gangster that lives at the back of the shop. And so I looked at her as if to say, well, where's your colleagues? Where's your men? And she's saying, oh, I've come to do it. And I'm looking at her as if to say, they have sent you to come for the gangsters at the back. Are you crazy? And I just looked at it as if to say, what ideology have you been studying to think you can go, you on your own can go? And at that time, there was actually a policewoman that was killed where they pushed her in front of the battle, basically. And she was the first one in, and they shot her. And this is the thing about women. They give you this idea that, sorry, let me shut the door. They give you this idea that we can be as men. And I'm not saying that sometimes women have to take a position of father and mother when you're living alone, but I just saw it as a way of using women basically to fight their battles for them. And you see a lot of people go into all these hard, tough jobs, and really we're not built for it. And I think that is what came out at that particular time for us as women. And I thought that this is just the wrong idea. I've seen marriages break up because people think, even within the church, when I used to go to church, I saw how women just took over and usurped their husbands. They got a perfectly good husband that could really get off his backside and preach himself, but because he's so lame and he's so weak, he's allowing his wife to preach for him. And many times, in the church, you find that women, their voice is hardened. And instead of them being a supporting role, they're a leading role, but they never led me. There was nothing about them. There was nothing about their teaching. And I'm not just criticizing to criticize, this is the reason why I left church. And it just never, ever seemed good, even the way they handled, certain subjects and things like that. And I must admit, the only women that did make an impact were women that came from America. That's no joke. But in Britain, I very rarely heard anything that would really liberate me or even keep me in a position where I felt comfortable without a male. So that's just my perspective. And thanks for listening. I land my plane.
Khan, all praises. Go ahead, Shapar.
Nah, Salakia. Yeah. That's one thing. That's a big trick about feminism. They will trick a woman into fighting their battles, and it's really amazing to me. How our woman would fall into that line where she's not supposed to be in the front line, and that happened a lot around my way too. Like if brothers from the Pink House projects, right, in Elder Toronto, know what I'm talking about. If brothers from the Pink House projects would see that a local store like Modell's or a check cashing place had a female security guard, oh, it's guaranteed that place getting robbed. It's only a matter of time. If it had like, especially a one single female security guard, and she was playing like the night shift at a check cashing place, man, listen, that place is destined to get robbed, and she would have to really back down, or brothers will lay her down because they know what time it is, man. So definitely a woman doesn't want to get tricked into playing a man's position around other men that would take full advantage of them. But yeah, that's what I had to say. You go ahead, Irie.
First, keep an eye on the links above our head here. We will be updating it as we go into with the topic today. I just added up here just a little history on feminism and how it started. click on the link and review that article, right? And like I said, we'll change it as we go. All right, Sister Carlin, I do have a question for you. How is it over there in the UK when it comes to this feminism thing? Is it as bad as the United States? Would you say?
No way, no way. It's piped down a lot now. Not saying that women are not going into roles that really should be for men, and I'm not putting us down, but biblically we are, and I think the ideology that the Bible exists and that we should look up to our husbands. We should even get married, because I can see that through that they taught you that you don't need a man, and yes, that did affect Britain just the same as America, but there wasn't a lot of women going pushing themselves forward in that kind of role and trying to teach other women to be the same. But obviously, at university level or college level, if you were interested in that, obviously, that's where it would come from. But I can see where it has been a real problem in terms of us looking towards men. Obviously, I've never been that way because I've always been in church, but I definitely hear it from some of the women, and the influence was terrible from America. I mean, you'd have programs where you would hear the phrase, he's going to do him, so I'm going to do me, and and I could see it obviously because I was very much awoke. But a lot of the young girls, it started where they'd have around 5 or 6 baby daddies, or it started at maybe 2 or 3, and then it just got to a position where most young girls were like having babies for different fathers, and then they would push the pill or push abortion. And I think we get down this rabbit hole that we don't realize that it's all about destroying you as a person and destroying the black family home and every other home as well. I mean, not just us as black people, but every other home, because we had at those days no fathers that would stay with us for no apparent reason. However, now I guess it gets to that blame game where men will blame women, and it's about their hair, it's about their colour, it's about how they wear their clothes, and it's just got into such a big bowl of contention that no one believes in the Most High, no one believes in morals and standards. And certainly for when I went to Jamaica, and in the early, I think it was the early 200s and 2000s, sorry, and saw the way they dressed for a funeral, and then I went back again 5 or 6 years later, and for a better word, and I'm not trying to be condescending, but to see that the clothing was basically what the prostitutes in England would be wearing. And even now, the prostitutes in England are not wearing those type of clothing. And I'm really not being condescending. I'm just saying my truth. And it's just the regeneration or the degeneration, sorry, of our women and our children, that people don't realize that it's a rabbit hole, and it's all to do with destroying us as strong women, destroying us of people of faith, destroying the family, destroying the home. They just don't realize that. And I just think that that's such a shame. So I will land my plane, but I've got to charge my battery because it's going. So yeah, you can put me down in the audience now, but thanks for listening.
Con, and thanks for your input. We really appreciate it. Um, and you can come back up anytime if you have anything else to add to the conversation. We appreciate you coming up. Shalom. Hey, Shalom, Chief. What's going on? Y'all about you?
Yeah, sure.
We're going to keep things moving. Sister La, welcome to the stage. You hear the conversation. You see the topic. What do you got to add to the bill, sis? And Shalom.
Shalom, Kings. I first have to totally agree with Sister Caroline. She hit it right on the head. Now, I am a bit younger than she is. However, I have been a victim, to me, of the propaganda of feminism. You become this way not knowing that you've even become this way. And when you are meant to be a certain way, following the Most High, is what I mean. And then you get caught up in society and the world and television and the programming and the voting and being raised by a single mom and watching her and the way that she, because my mom is her age, and the way that she taught you don't need a man based on her upbringing, it really leaves a God-fearing woman spiritually, mentally just confused. I have always grown up. Now, I was with my ex-husband for 30 years. I was torn between, I wanted to be a homemaker and do everything, but I had my mother in me, and I was one of those women that just nabbed. I disrespected him verbally. I feel like if I had have been the woman that the Most High had created me to be, and kind of sat down and listened to him, versus my mother or society, stay home and not figuring I have to be the one that works and do all of this and not give him the opportunity to be the man that he was supposed to be, that I would probably still be married now, just based on the knowledge that I've gained hearing the truth. Um, it's been a real struggle because I have always been a homemaker. I love to cook. I love to clean. I love to do all these things, but I was blindsided by society and I didn't know any better. Um, and so just, I don't think that it was initially a part of our culture, because I don't think that that's the way that we are supposed to be. But I think we are brainwashed into making it a part of our culture. And I think if a lot of women and a lot of people, that are not in the truth might not want to hear this, but if a lot of women are honest with themselves, they would honestly know that you don't want to compare yourself to a man. You are not equal to a man. You want to be there doing the easier things, because what do I look like as a single woman putting air in my tires? What do I look like as a single woman having to go out and do things in the cold? I don't want to do those things. I enjoy cooking. I enjoy feeding and being a woman. I really enjoy those things. I don't like having to be the provider, having to struggle through the things that I should have a man to do. Um, there is a place for a woman in a household, and there is an even higher place for a man in the household. So, to say that, I am glad that I have found the Most High. I am glad that I have found my goodness, Clubhouse and these classes, and to see strong black men teaching, knowledgeable, and following the Most High. Just kind of better lets me know that I have made the right decision. It makes me feel and be more feminine, um, and more acting and deserving of the role that I do play in what he has in hierarchy for me as a woman. I yield.
Khan says, I did have a question for you, sis. I know you said you were kind of caught up in that mindset at one point in your life. How long ago was that? When would you say you snapped out?
I can honestly say I started to realize the error of my ways probably back in 2019.
Khan, all praises. Khan, yeah. So, real quick, sister, I do have another question, but I'll come right back to you. Everybody in the room, please share the room. All right, click on the on the button on the bottom left hand corner of your screen with the two arrows. Click on it and share it to your social media platforms. All right, share this room. All right, let's get some more people in here. It's a great topic that we need to talk about. We would like to deal with primarily our sisters, right? Even sisters that are on the other side that feel like it did something positive for our community, right? If you think that this feminism movement played a good role for our people in any way, shape, or form, we want you to know that you can come up here, just come in order, raise your hand up, we'll bring you up to the stage, and you can add to the bill and the conversation, right? So, Sister Law, as we can see in history, right, this whole movement was really with the Edomite women with their man, right? Why would you say, or what would you think would have caused our women to think that this movement would have been something good for them? What's your opinion on?
Because there was no separation, there was no distinction. It was women's power, so women were supposed to be together regardless of their color. And I just believe that they feel it's crazy that we know that we are stronger. We know that we are better. We know that we create everything, and yet we still have something within ourselves to follow the inferior woman, which is the Edomites. I don't understand it, but it's again, it's perpetuated in our youth. It is instilled in us in school. And I mean, that as far as me, the television shows I watch, we watching Wonder Woman, we are watching all of these people that are single moms saying that they have to do this, they have to do that. And what we're not recognizing is that our mothers, who have also been, those were the ones that were pushed to, like she said, burn the bras, and we want equal rights, we want to be paid like men get paid, we want to do the same. I don't want to do the same thing a man does. It's hard. I don't want to do that. But it's instilled in us, so we don't know any better. And until we are old enough, and I mean, it took me till this age, my children are grown, to even see the error of my ways, to even know. I didn't know that. I literally thought that I was right. I literally thought that I had done no wrong because of the wrong he was doing. I thought that I was right. I had no clue of just how wrong I was until I read the Bible, until I was accepting of maybe I did make some mistakes. Now, what were those mistakes? My mouth, my will, the necessity or the need to go out and be this strong woman, this independent woman, this Beyonce. That's what I felt I had to do. That man never had a chance with me because of the way that I was raised and the way that I was brought up. So we take it in to be our culture, because now that I see, it's their whole plan to break up our households. Because even us as independent women, I think a lot of the white women, they are independent, but their men are weak, so they take it. I see it all the time. Our men are alpha men. A lot of them not gonna take it, so they're gonna leave because they're pushed away. I yield.
Khan. Sister Natasha, I'll be right with you. But I'm going to play the other side for a second, right? Some women could argue the point that they actually got liberated from that movement, right? If you're in the audience and you feel that you were being oppressed by you feel like the black women were being oppressed by the black men during this movement, and they had a right to basically follow those moves, as in follow the movement, right? Because it actually liberated them and helped them in their life. If you have a testimony from maybe your parents, your grandparents, raise your hands, come up to the stage. Even if you have a testimony from this modern times, right? You feel like that was a great move for our women, all right? Because we don't want this to be an echo chamber. We kind of want an opposing view on it. And today's room is more of an open build, an open platform. However, we are going to bring out some scriptures because this is a biblical platform, but it's more of an open build. Okay, we want our sisters to come up, whether you're in the truth or you're not. Come up, raise your hand, come up to the stage. As long as you stay in order, you could definitely build with us. All right. Also, please do not forget to click on the greenhouse above our head. Follow the room. That way, when we have rooms like this, you can get the notification to join the topic. All right. Sister Natasha, you see the topic, you're hearing the conversation. What do you got to add to the building? Shalom, sis.
Shalom Kings. I'm on both sides of the spectrum as far as this topic. So I was raised by my grandmother. So in her household, I had to learn how to cook and clean so I could be a mom and a wife. Like that was my first job, only job. And then my mother lived in a project. So I learned all of the bad cultures of being in the projects. And then my uncle was a Black Panther. Excuse me. So everything about him was very militant, black only this, black only that. So I was already, kind of confused, like, okay, I'm supposed to be home and then I'm supposed to be in the streets and then, it's all about, black power and things like that. So as I got older and I went to college, I was at a white college. So there it was a lot of, as they say, feminists. And I actually didn't know, what the term was until I went to college. They had little groups and stuff. And so I used to sit and listen. And so as I was listening, I'm like, that don't make sense. I'm like, so I'm not supposed to have a man because I'm a woman. And if I'm a strong woman, then if I'm too strong of a woman, I'm not even going to get a man because, like most of the men that was in my life were strong men. You had to be silent and things like that. And so over time, I came across a couple of simps. Like I dated some simps. So, I could talk to them any kind of way, anything in the house went as long as I was happy, So, for a time, I was like, okay, this is cool because I was a corporate chick. So I ran the office. So when I came home, I was running my house. It was like everything just flowed together. And then I was in church, but then I came out of church at an early age because, it didn't make sense to me what the pastors was preaching, and half of the pastors were sleeping with the congregation. So, I couldn't really get down with that. But those same women were preaching feminism, you're your own woman, be strong. I'm an independent woman. I can do it on my own. But when you wake up and realize that's all BS, because I had a son, I have a son. And when my son was like, time for potty training, it was just me. And honestly, as a woman, I was like, wait, I can't even teach my son how to pee standing up because I don't know how to pee standing up. So my friend across the street, like her husband asked me, can, he teach my son, like, and I'm like, I appreciated that. And so like, that was a wake up call for me. It was like, how can I be this independent, you know, El Solo woman, and it's certain things that a man is supposed to teach his son. And my son's father's not around because, I kind of pushed him away. And so, that started like my wake up call. And, then, like the lessons that my grandmother taught me all started to come together. Like it all started to make sense. Like, you know what, Natisha, this is not what you're supposed to be doing. Like, get your behind in the house, where you belong. And so I did come across some brothers, after I decided I didn't want to be an independent woman. I didn't want to run everything. I didn't want to do that anymore. All the men that came into my life didn't hold up to their end of their responsibilities. So I went back to being like a corporate chick. But when I come home, I wanted to drop it. I wanted to come home and be a mom and be a wife, but I couldn't do that. So then I realized that I'm around the wrong type of brothers. But like these brothers wasn't into no spiritual. Like they weren't into the Bible any kind of way whatsoever. So I finally got with a brother who said that he was in the culture. but it was a lot of things that he did that I still had to take control. Like I still had to go out and work. I still had to do all the things like Sister Law was saying I didn't want to do. Like, um, I remember it was last year and I had a dress on. I had a dress on and my son looked at me and was like, Mom, like, you look like a lady. And so like my son just turned 18 yesterday. So he was 17 when he said it. So I'm thinking, wow, that's really messed up. Like in 17 years, like my son don't remember, like have no visions of me actually being a lady because he's always seeing me have to do both parts. So, now in my life, it's like I'm done with all of that. I'm not even looking to date a brother if he's not in the truth, if he's not a man, because I've had simps. And so what a lot of people don't understand is like when you come across a simp as a man, if you not into the feminism thing, it's going to turn you into it because I mean somebody got to work. Like somebody got to do it. And if he's not going to do it, a real sister is not going to let the family fall. So she's going to take it under her wing and she's going to do it. She's going to be mad about it. Like there's a lot of sisters I know in corporate that literally hate their husbands because like they feel like that they doing their husband's job, but they don't want to be by themselves. And so that's the flip side to feminism. If you this sister and you strong and you can do it all on your own, but then you complaining, I can't find a man, I don't have a man. Don't you think that's because of what you're saying and how how you present yourself? Because no brother is interested in the sister that can do everything. If she can do everything, then what is he there for? So it's a lot of women that preaching that feminism stuff, but they're single and they lonely and they miserable, and all they do is hate on men. Like I'm not on social media like that, but when I do go on there, like all you see is females, black women, I mean disrespecting black men, but those same black females are the feminism part of it. So it's like, okay, pick a side, sister. You either want to be the woman and let the man do his thing, or you're going to be the man and you're going to be by yourself and miserable. Like, you can't blame men for if you know better and you're not doing better, it's not a man's fault. It's your fault. It's either you sit down and be quiet and, hopefully you could do the right things and the Most High will give you a husband if you're deserving of one, or you could keep with the big mouth talking the way you are and just be, like a lonely, bitter woman. So I land my plan with that.
Salakia, Salakia. Khan, you said a lot of stuff there, but what I want to let y'all sisters know, the scriptures say a woman shall surpass a man. That's prophecy. That's within the scriptures, right? We're gonna bring that out. I know we're gonna bring it out later, but what y'all gotta understand, if y'all in these corporate jobs, that and you do get a husband, that doesn't mean you leave the corporate job. It's hard out here. You got a corporate job, he get his job, whatever he got working going for him. Y'all put that together, and now y'all sitting a little bit more comfortable. Do you have to work the extra overtime? No, unless you need it, or unless you want it, unless you're trying to get something, achieve something. But other than that, you keep that job. Y'all put your brains together. Y'all put your monies together, and y'all become stronger. So later on in life, y'all don't have to put in that much work. So if you get a strong alpha male and he's doing his thing, don't quit your job unless he wants you to quit. You see what I'm saying? Don't quit your job. You know what I mean? Because I kind of hear that. Oh, well, I don't want to work no more. No, it don't work that way neither. We in captivity. We're kings and princesses in exile. So we kings in our home, we kings in the spirit, but when we go back out there on that plantation, we slaves. You understand? So every bit counts, and when you read Proverbs, the 31st chapter, it tells you that Proverbs 31 woman, she puts in work. You understand? So that's why when people be like, oh, the man's this, the man's job is this. No. The woman needs to work too. The woman got a very, very hard responsibility as well. That's the balance of us. You see what I'm saying? That was
Mm-hmm.
what Eve was created to be, a helpmeet. She wasn't there to just lay on her back and push out babies. That's not Eve's job. So, keep that in mind. If y'all come into a marriage and you got one of these high paying jobs, you're ahead of the game. Because now, let's say you meet a brother that he ain't getting as much as you. You see what I'm saying? But he got ambition and he got drive. Now you could probably put him on his feet so he can make more money. Whether it's send a nigga to the CDL to get a CDL, CDL school. Go get your trucking license. Go get your CDL license. Go, different things to invest in. And
Mm-hmm.
you could put your husband on his feet where you can take a load off of yours. You see what I'm saying? Where he could take a load off of yours. So always keep that in mind. This is a balance. This is a balance. The man really ain't shit without the woman, and the woman really ain't shit without the man. That's just the way it goes.
Con.
See what I'm saying? And brothers could talk, oh yeah, the woman does that. No, we were created. Of course, the woman was created for the man, but what's a woman without a man?
See, now that part I do understand, but in my experience, I haven't, like, of course, I got to take responsibility for the kind of brothers I was dating, but like most of the men that I was dating, like they didn't have any drive, they didn't have any motivation, so everything fell down to me, and then it got really exhausting. So I did have like one brother. When I was still in corporate, and he had a job as well. So, but he wasn't making as much as I was, and I understood that. So, what we decided to take the bills and split them, you know, because I had more money, so I didn't have a problem with that. But over time, it got to the point where he didn't want to provide anything to the house. He said, because I was making more than him, that I could just take care of everything, and so like that got frustrating because, now like you have all of your income and all of my income is going into the house, and then I still have my son. And so, I do understand, like in this climate, two incomes are way better than one. Trust me on that one. I understand that completely. But the hard part is if you come across a brother that don't want to provide his income or has no income and has no, so I'm a sister that work with a brother. So, like if you making 15 an hour and I'm making 25, like, hey, I got you. Like, don't worry about the in between. I'm gonna take care of that. So I come across brothers that's like, oh, while you do this, okay, well, I'm just gonna sit back at home and play Xbox and smoke weed because Shorty got it. Like those are brothers I've been with, and the ones that and like they never had no game plan. Like they didn't have no future. Like all they thought about was right now, and so it was just hard for me. So, and with me, I'm just gonna say I had a bad choice of the men that I chose, and it like a lot of times they had a bad reflection on my on how I thought about men and how I thought about how I should be as a female. So that chief, I do understand it is supposed to be 50, not 50-50, but we are supposed to be there to support our men. I'm all for it. But when you're a female and you supporting a man that don't, I guess you say like don't believe in themselves, and you working with them like you're trying to, like pull out something that you see in them that they don't see in them, but they don't see it. It gets exhausting. And so then we as females just be like, I'm going to move on. And as for like the women in corporate, a lot of the women that I've come across, sisters, they're single in corporate because like they, like they have this thing like a man has to make what I make. A man has to have what I have. I'm not settling. If he ain't got a car, he ain't driving my car. Like those are kind of sisters I've come across in corporate. Like they're not trying to work with a brother. If anything, with anything, if the brother not already on a level. But that is from the corporate culture. Like they put us women on high pedestals in corporate as a deterrent for us to even date, brothers. Because there's a lot of sisters in corporate that they Edomites. Like they're everywhere. So they kind of, like pushing us together inside the corporate world. But when you come out of the corporate world, like the sisters feel like they're better than the brothers. They don't even want to be bothered with the brothers because this Edomite is making what she making no more. He got a title like she got, so, it's just, when you've been inside the corporate world and outside the corporate world, it's like two totally different worlds, and you come across two totally different, different um, types of sisters, so to speak. Now, I know sisters that work at, like regular jobs, like retail jobs. They love their man, like they looking for a man, like they, like they have a different mindset, like they don't have that mind, but it also comes from upbringing. Like I said, I was raised by my grandmother, so I have old school mindset. But when I went out in the world, I took some of the world's mindset into my old school mindset. But yeah, I'm probably confusing right now. But so all I'm saying is, it depends on the woman's mindset. Because the brother can have everything going for him, but he just need to push to get over that realm. I got that, brother. But if you just want to sit at home and do nothing and have me do everything, I'm not for it. And with that, I land my plane.
Right, right, right. Let me just say something real quick. You made a lot of points, sister, but as for the women's feminine movement, what it created is rebellion, rebellion in the household. And attitude comes with that. Like Chief said, I'm all for a woman working, and that's this captivity. In the 1920s and 30s, our women wasn't working like that. They was able to take care of the household and take care of children. The feminist movement call it barefoot and pregnant and these type of attitudes. But the scriptures tell you what they were supposed to do. It said let the younger women stay home, take care of children, and like Chief say, do work on garments, do that type of thing. But they wasn't working like that. We was the breadwinners, as so to speak. And there was order in the household based on that. Now, a lot of times the women that work, they put on a authority figure, meaning like you take a woman that's a correction officer, a police officer, them type of things, just a simple traffic light person, somebody that's used to being in charge of men, sometimes giving men directions, telling men what to do. You know what I mean? And that's that position, that's that job that turns the household over and makes her kind of rebellious. That's why the Most High had the order. You see what I'm saying? But of course, in captivity, what we supposed to do. But a lot of these women are single. A lot of these women, they may have a man, they deal with a man for a year or two. They may even have some children with a man. But in the end, they don't have longevity. They just have time. And a lot of these women end up single, and they don't understand that. But what is it bringing? Rebellion. And this is what the feminist movement wanted for the woman. Now, somebody give me Proverbs 7 and 11. Because a lot of times, certain women, you can't tell them anything. You see what I'm saying? They call themselves, excuse my language, but a boss bitch. That's the new phrase now. You see what I'm saying? That's what they calling themselves. So you ain't gonna be able to work with them in the household. And this is what the feminist movement did. It broke up the structure. You see, there's a high percentage of domestic violence among white people, but that's not told because they want to keep their image up. You see what I'm saying? If you look at the 1920s or something, they had the law, I think it was called the rule of the thumb, where a white man could beat his woman, but it had to be it had to be a certain level on some crazy stuff, like a certain level on the ruler or something like that. But they could beat their women. You see what I'm saying? So they are not the standards that we need to follow. This is the thing, and this is the feminine movement. Like one sister said, why are we following them? Why ain't we following their ways? They're totally destructive and against the Bible. We need to follow our culture. So if somebody could give me Proverbs 7 and 11, Babu Kasha.
Yeah, I got it. So, Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 11. She is loud and stubborn.
See that? This is what the feminist movement created. This is what our women have become. Read that again.
She is loud and stubborn.
She's loud and stubborn. Come on.
Her feet abide not in her house.
See that? Out of the household, into the workforce, and now she's loud. She gets a loud and stubborn attitude. And that's not all our women. You see what I'm saying? We got women that's trying, just like we got men that's trying. Nobody's perfect, but
we do got a large percentage of those women that are loud and stubborn and don't want to have nothing to deal with the household, thinking they a so-called boss bitch. And that's what the feminine movement creates. So with that, I yield the floor. Con. Great points being brought out. Sister Natasha, thank you for your point of view. I think this whole thing is about just nation building, right? All of us playing our role. Women understanding their role as a woman, the man understanding his role as a man, being a righteous leader to his family, and leading in righteousness, right? Again, when we set up rooms like this has absolutely nothing to do with our sisters that are trying to live a certain type of lifestyle. We understand that we don't have it together yet as a nation. We're working on it. We're building on it. But the fact that we got sisters on stage, right, that means a lot too, right? It means we got some sisters that do want to have these conversations, and we do have to give credit where credit is due, right? But again, we have to fully understand our role according to the scriptures, all right? Now, again, if you have an opposing view, right, you think that feminism did help our community, helped our nation, right, help the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, please raise your hand up, come up to the stage, and add to the conversation. All right, and we can build. All right, this is an open platform. Sisters can come up stage and speak freely. Just be in order, and we can definitely build with you. All right, this is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of the House of Israel congregation. Today's topic is feminism black culture? Right, hashtag Big Mama. Right, is feminism so-called black culture? When we say black, we mean the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American. All right. But with that, we're gonna go back to the queue. Sister Judah Princess, Shalom, welcome to the stage.
Salaki, Salaki King. Yeah, I just want to say because I was running in back and forth dealing with this mop, these damn dogs. But la, la. So what a lot of, because the point of what I said to this before, and to this, what the sister was saying, what a lot of our people got to understand, especially coming back into this truth, coming into our, back into our true heritage and true repentance. A lot of brothers, and not all, but a lot of brothers came, from the streets. You got to understand, a lot of brothers came from the streets. A lot of brothers didn't know about a job. They didn't know how to work. A lot of brothers was hustling. You see what I'm saying? A lot of brothers was grinding, getting, whether it's scamming, whether it's selling drugs, whether it's boosting, whatever it was, stick ups. We came from a lot of different walks of life, but a lot of those brothers are in the truth as well. So, like I said, if y'all coming into this thing and y'all on y'all feet, which the scriptures, like I said, is prophesied that a woman shall surpass a man, you got to be more patient with certain brothers, but don't be a sucker neither. You see what I'm saying? Don't have this nigga sitting up there playing goddamn Xbox all day long. You see what I'm saying? Hopefully he ain't smoking weed in the truth playing Xbox all day. You know what I'm saying? Or whether he's sitting there just drinking beers and grinding liquor and waiting for you to come home all goddamn day. You see what I'm saying? Now that's a whole different ballgame. But a hustler should have some type of ambition. But understand that it's hard for a brother to go out there after he's making somewhat money a day, and now he going out there to make minimum wage. You understand that shit is hard. I was one of those brothers. You know what I mean? So I came in and it's like, yo, I don't like to take orders from these crackers neither. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting up here. I DoorDash, damn it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to do something. I go out and get it, and I'm working on other things. I got some things brewing so I can eventually get on a better level in life. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I want to take care of. I want things. I want to take care of my family a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? I want to put more money into the camp. You know what I'm saying? I want to do certain things. When a brother like right now, our brother Baruch is locked up in South Korea. If I had the bread, you know what I'm saying? That job that I'm working on, a self-employed job, being an entrepreneur, that job that I'm working on is going to make me be able to have that type of money. And yo, what? 14, 12,000? Yo, get him out, man. Get that man out right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's the level of patience that we have to be with each other. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to send a woman to fool. You understand? Like Judith. You know what I mean? She cut the king's head off real quick. So you gotta be patient with each other and understand that if y'all in a better position to better a brother, be patient with him, but make sure you select the right brother. Make sure you see that ambition in that brother. You see that brother don't want to sit on his ass all goddamn day. You understand? And want to do certain things. Try to get to better himself and better his family. So keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? If a nigga wants to move in, he wants to marry you, and the only thing he's moving in is with an Xbox or a PlayStation, that's definitely a red flag. You know what I'm saying? And then he got all the accessories. He got the earphones. He got the gun controller. The you know what I'm saying? He got what they got the new ones where they put the goggles on, the virtual reality, and he's in the house playing virtual reality, swinging and looking crazy in the house all goddamn day. Now that's different. Beware of those type of niggas with fringes, because I've heard some stories too. You know what I'm saying? But understand if y'all in a better position to better your brother, that's how you build this nation. All right. So just keep that in mind.
Hey, the steering wheel with the pedals and stuff too.
Yeah. He playing NASCAR, isn't he? He got the helmet on and he's in the middle of the living room driving. He's driving the NASCAR. He's telling you, don't talk to him right now. He's driving. Sure.
The Madden King. Yeah, we don't want no man like that, man, because he's not productive, right? He's not adding to the nation, right? Those are brothers that will skip camp, man. So they can play their game, man. But throughout the chief for this word of wisdom. It's all about balance, man, right? Sister Natasha, and all the sisters that have spoke, we would advise you to please stay up on the stage. That way you can always add to the build. But if you have to leave, we do understand, all right? We want our sisters to be able to talk and add to the conversation as we go, just to keep things moving in the room. And Thawada again, Sister Natasha, Natisha, Salakia, Natisha for your input. Sister Judah Princess, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? And Shalom, sis.
Shalom. I was just going to say that I really don't know any feminists, but I'm learning about the feminists from listening to you, and someone else was talking about feminists, and I hear that before. That women, they stayed home and the men worked, but it seemed like the roles has been reversed, and I would say that would be like Ephesians 6:12, because the systems, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So is the government systems like, not supplying with the black man at the job, putting the woman over her head, and for the women, because I mean the black women at those times, wasn't being oppressed, because the black man at that time wasn't oppressing her. It was both of them didn't have any rights, even rights to vote during those times. So I just see it's like the systems that's, in play. But now fast forward, now we're actually living in this world. And then I see, like she said, like Sister Natasha saying, you get some men that, they don't want to do nothing. And then you got women that will surpass them, just like Brother Elder Chief Ephraim saying. So I didn't even know that was in the scripture, that they will surpass them. So like he said, it was prophesied. So um, I'm just saying, like, it'd be harder for a woman, because no one wants a man who don't do nothing, and ain't nobody want to. We don't want to work hard. Like I go amongst my friends. We don't want to work as hard. We say this amongst ourselves because we actually have these jobs and stuff. When we had jobs, like, we wish we could stay home. We don't want to work so hard, but if we don't do that, we're gonna be eating hot dogs. So you forced into it.
I don't disrespect no man or anything like that. I don't have a man, but I went on a date about maybe month and a half ago. A guy asked me out, and I said okay. I'm going out with him, and we end up at the place where we had a date at. I noticed. I said, "You want to do this?" So I brought the cards, and I said, "You want to play this?" It seemed like he had no money, so I didn't want to like curse him out because that's what I'm gonna do. I said, "You know what? I ain't gonna talk to this boy. Nope, nope, nope. He has nothing." Like, but I end up paying for his stuff, my stuff, and then just have fun because I wanted to have a good time. But in my mind, even the way he was talking to me, I was like, I'm not gonna talk to this man ever again. And I ain't want to curse him out, but my mind's like, I want to curse you out. You do this, you that, you this. I can't say that to that person. So he calls me the next day. It seemed like you don't like me because I don't respond to him or anything like that. But I just don't want to be in a situation where I'm have to be starving because he didn't get himself together. And like I said, it could be the principalities, television, because a lot of stuff it forced our men back in the days to be like real street dudes, thugs. It did that TV because now you see, and we don't get it. I was trying to say to my other friend because we grew up in that era, but now they force them to be gay. So it's like the principalities just shows is like they pushing on people and it is in their mind, they subliminal, and they think they this way and they really not. And I'm just gonna say with my friends who do have their husbands, like I see, the different relationships they have, like it usually be like 70-30, and those be like the relationships that really be working when the men provide 70% and 30%. Um, for instance, my homegirl, they have a lot because he allows her to like pay the minimum amount of bills. They both have the same job, but he just got into a higher position than she did. So when they were sitting around buying their first house, um, he was putting up most of the money, and they didn't have enough for the whole closing. She said, "No, I got it." He's like, "What you mean you got it?" Because all that money that he let her pay less, she actually gave to him so they can get the house, the house. But now they have multiple houses and boats and all these little businesses and stuff like that because they work like that. My other friend, he always say, yeah, 70-30. He say the same thing. Like for his wife, she pays the less while he does more. And she was below him. Now she's above him. You know what I mean? Because he allowed her, well, to do these schoolings and while he paid the majority. And it seemed like those worked. I have another friend with her husband. She's above him. They from Jamaica. She married him, but they've been together since
Hold
she
on.
was young.
When you say she's above him, what do you mean?
When he was saying what brother Chief Ephraim was saying, he said the woman surpassed him, like in regards to economically wise. You know, they both have a house together, but like he's just not a good dude. That's all. Like, you know what I mean? She got a lot of kids, and I wish I had a lot of kids because like I said, I don't have nobody. Like I said, some of my friends be sitting around like I wish I had a lot of kids, but now I'm in my late 30s, so I guess it's too late for me. I probably still having kids, but I don't want to have no kids like this old. Um, it seems like it caused strife. Women don't want to work that hard. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to do it. Now she in school. She already an RN. Now she in school to be an NP, like almost a doctor. But she don't want to do that. She just need more money because he ain't doing his part. So she's stressed out, crying, cursing, going crazy. She had to call me and apologize because the stress that he's causing on her, she's, is dishing out on her friends. So I think men, you know, we don't want to, I'm not a feminist, like, but we don't want to be in those positions where we have to work hard and do everything and so on and so forth. And you know, we just don't want to work as hard. We wish the men will, do better and be better. And like I said, sometimes you have it in your mind, you want to curse like crazy. You're just gonna say, like I said to her, I said, this ain't gonna work. What you mean ain't gonna work? But you don't want to say, you F this, you dumb, you this, you cannot say that to nobody. If you feel, my grandmother said, it always used to say this to me, if you feel like you gotta hit somebody or you feel like you gotta curse somebody out, don't talk to them because it's always, you can find somebody, you know, that will be like, be the perfect one for you. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm seeing.
I'm going to pose a question. Oh, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, listen, man. If y'all a woman that don't want to work hard, stay the hell from me. You dig what I'm saying? Straight up and down. I don't know what this world done pooped into y'all brains and y'all souls, but you know, everybody's supposed to work hard. But when you analyze it and go to the jungle and observe the lion and the lioness. Who works the hardest in that in that relationship? Is it the lion or the lioness?
I don't know. I never like observed them. So
If you observe them, you'll see who hunts. The lionesses hunt. They bring it back. You understand? And the lion sits there. He protects the kingdom. He's a protector. He provides as well. He provides what? Security. He provides, the rulership of the kingdom. He protects his what they call it, a pride. That's what they call it.
Gone from other lions. Yeah.
Right. He protects, and he sits back and waits, and he got a bunch of his women out there hunting for him. So just keep that in mind. A woman's job is not to work less when she gets into a marriage, because we gonna definitely have to hit Proverbs 31 again. You know what I'm saying? And especially if you're dealing with a brother that's sincere in this word and putting in work for the Lord, as well as putting work in for for his family physically, financially. But you got to understand that's the difference. If you got a nigga in the world, he ain't doing shit for the Lord. So a priest job is different. You understand? The priests is out here on these streets, on these highways and byways, risking their life every time they go out there to bring out that word. You understand? Being put on FBI watch lists. We all on it. You know what I'm saying? I just recently did a background check on myself because of conversation we don't have with brothers, and I was like, oh shit, the shit says this person is being watched. You see what I'm saying? So it's a whole different ballgame when you're dealing with a man of the Lord. You understand? And the man of the Lord ain't gonna have you out there busting your ass like you in the cotton field. But he ain't gonna have you sitting in the house doing nothing, eating bonbons and watching Jerry Springer. That shit ain't popping neither. Cause that's technically a bitch in the world. That ain't no sister in the truth. You see what I'm saying? So just understand that balance comes full circle. All right.
Salakia, back to the point, and I'm going to pull the scripture where it says a woman shall compass a man, right? Listen, all of us are not in our rightful state. Like, we are royal bloodline. So, matter of fact, let me get the first one I want to pull. That's
Jeremiah 31:22.
now before that, let me get Ecclesiastes. When it says, "I seen servants upon horses." Because trust me, sister,
10:7.
that's 10:7.
Khan.
You want to bring it out for me, Bubba Kushaw?
Yeah, Khan, I got you. Let's see.
Because listen, my sisters, right? We know that probably working hard isn't a problem for you, but working hard for the white man might be irritating for you. Working hard for heathen might be irritating for you. Because I know it's irritating for me. Like, even when I do my demolition, I do my demolition under the aspect of, having an OSHA and, wanting to quit a job and get part of a union because I don't like the heathen ruling over me. You know what I'm saying? It's the reason why me and my wife, we rather work independent businesses to survive instead of clocking in a 9 to 5 because we don't like heathen ruling over me.
Con.
If my wife called me over the phone and I'm in the middle of a 9 to 5 and then she hear a damn Caucasian yelling at me saying, "Get off that damn phone," she might just say, baby, come home. I don't want you working for him. Who's this yelling at you? Right? Because that's the type of woman I got. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we are not in our rightful place, period. None of us. Us so-called black, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we are not in our rightful place at all, at all. Read that for me, King.
Khan, you want me to start at 5 or just go right to the point?
Yeah, you just go right to the point. I'm
Khan,
trying to
this
make
is
this real quick.
Khan, Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 7. I have seen servants upon horses, and princes walking as servants upon the earth.
Troubling vision Solomon had about his people. Solomon is from our royal bloodline, the same bloodline as Christ, the same bloodline as you, so-called blacks in America, right? He said, I've seen servants upon horses. So he's seen in a vision that day where the white man was on horses and above us, and we was in a cotton field working as servants. He's seen princes upon the earth as servants. So everything is upside down right now. Everything is topsy-turvy. So my sisters, understand this. Please understand this. That we not in our rightful position. We not in our land. We not underneath the rulership of God right now. Right now, Satan has control of the earth. So we are what? We are preparing for our kingdom, and we are working hard to prepare for our kingdom. That's what we're doing. We're both working hard at it. And a woman is supposed to be the boss of her household. Like the man is the CEO, and he lays down the groundwork and the rules, but the woman's supposed to govern her household and rule over her household, rule over the children, and keep order.
Khan, all praises.
So,
Go ahead,
like,
Shaka. No
so
problem.
I just want our sisters to realize that everything is upside down, and while we in this captivity, yeah, your man may not be in the best position, and yeah, you may have to go out there and do certain things, but the main thing a man should provide is guidance and a strategy. So if you are tired of working hard, why don't you and your man come up with a strategy and y'all become independent? You know what I'm saying? Y'all get a business license. A couple of y'all learn a trade. You learn sewing, or he'll learn uh, uh, um, a trade, or y'all could come up with a business idea that y'all don't have to clock in eventually after years of getting y'all business together and getting clientele. You know what I'm saying? And establishing a structure, right? That's what a man should be mostly providing in his household. Is a man should be providing guidance, a game plan, and a structure, right? So other than that, we are a royal people in a captivity, though. So just understand that when y'all go out day to day, and you say you don't feel like working or nothing like that, and now
Khan, all praises. Just a
Come,
real.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Chief. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
Add to Chief's point. Um, and again, sisters, we got to keep in mind it's all about balance. But what I'm not hearing is the value. And Chief brought up a great point, right? When you're dealing with a righteous man, this is not dealing with a nigger in the streets, okay? Right? There's a way that type of man think, right? There are risks that they take, right? I'm not trying to pat ourselves in the back. We understand what we're doing, what we got ourselves into. We don't want rewards from men. We understand what the end goal is going to be. We do understand that. But I think some of our sisters got to understand that there's value in that, right? Just a man that goes out to camp, try to wake up his people, try to lead them to the marriage, right? That's what's bringing our nation together, believe it or not, in the spiritual end of things, right? Because all this is written in the scriptures. I'm going to bring out a couple of scripture real quick, then I'm going to yield and go back to the queue. And again, if you have an opposing view, we want you to please come up. Again, we don't want this to be an echo chamber. However, we are going to teach our people the understanding on how we should move as a nation according to the scriptures moving forward. All right. But if you do have an opposing view, please raise your hand, come up to the stage, just stay in
like it.
order. Yeah, go ahead, Sharp Paul. You got it.
Yeah, bring out that one more scripture to me in Jeremiah 31:25.
It's 22.
22. Slakia.
Yeah. Nah, you're fine. Jeremiah 31 and 22. This is Jeremiah chapter 31 and verse 22, and it reads, How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter? For the Lord had created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man.
So that's also Bible prophecy, because the Most High God foreseen everything. He foreseen the feminist movement, and he knew that sooner or later, women would come past the men, right? In the status quo when it comes to society, right, financially. But it also says that a righteous man shall be worth more than gold. So the average so-called black man, yes, he's in a hard predicament right now. He's a prisoner of war, and if any of you have any idea about military strategy or how nations conquer each other, the history of nations conquering each other, they try to get the man out the way, and then the women and children are just spoils of war. See, the issue is a lot of our sisters don't have that mentality of military might and war strategy. Our oppressor has turned the war into a domestic battle of us in a household for power, when he's just using you as a weapon, sisters, against your own people. When you battle with your man for superiority, you're actually distracting him from the real enemy that wants to destroy you all. And yes, a white man in the corporate world will sleep with a black woman, and he might even marry a black woman, right? But he'll still have the mentality that what he does, he's going to do for the benefit of his nation, though. So him screwing a black woman in that office building, or probably even marrying her, he's thinking, I'm gonna take this black woman away from her community, away from her men, and away from future generations. That's his ideology when he does that. Because the so-called white man is a big pervert. He'll sleep with anything. I'm talking about young boys, dogs, and everything. You can look up NAMBLA, right? NAMBLA, that's the North American Man Boy Love Association. North American Man Boy Love. Like white men started up an organization for man and boy love. So you know that they will sleep with anything, even young boys, and openly say it. So when he comes on to you in that office building, and when he comes on to you in the corporate world, just know that he's the type of guy that'll sleep with any damn thing. There's nothing new underneath the sun, right? He used to rape you all the time in slavery. He used to rape your men too. They called it buck breaking. So understand that the enemy would use you against your own king. If y'all have any idea about military might, even any idea about the game of chess, you know that the queen is a powerful part of the chessboard. But as soon as you take out the king, it's checkmate. Game is over. So I just want our sisters to wisen up and see the hidden agenda behind feminism and why the way things are the way they are, and outsmart the enemy. Because our women are very smart, but they just don't have a military mind to see what the enemy is doing. And I know for sure if they seen what the enemy is doing, they'll find a way to outsmart them. And I yield on that.
Real quick. I know Ari wanted to bring out a precept, but I want to bring it out just so you can see that all that the feminism is gonna come to cease, and eventually a lot of those women are gonna be humbled in these last days, and we got to go to the classic, man, Isaiah 4:1. You know, I know a lot of people don't like to hear this. You got certain individuals that like to say this is gonna be in the kingdom of heaven. This ain't gonna be on earth. That don't make no sense. I'm gonna show y'all. All right. Isaiah 4:1. It says, and in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name. Right. So now these 7 women, it doesn't mean exactly 7 women. 7 just means completion. So it doesn't just mean 7 women. It could be more. It could be less. So now 7 women is taking hold of one man, and they come in with their own stuff, right? They come in with their own bread, and with not a loaf of bread. They come in with their own stuff. They been eating on this earth. They good on this earth. You understand? They don't want nothing else from you. They don't want nothing else but from that righteous man, because they can't get this from a wicked man. He's going to show you that. Okay, let me read it one more time so I can let it marinate in your subconscious. All right? And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread. Okay, you got your own stuff, and wear our own apparel. We ain't got to buy you no clothes. All right? Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. So why would that's the reason you can't get that from a wicked nigga. A wicked nigga can't take away your sins, because that's what reproach is your flaws, your wicked, your sins, right? And it's talking about she will come with all of that, right? Just to be called by thy name. You can't get that from a wicked man. And why would this be in the kingdom? Would our women be sinning in the kingdom? No. The other nations' women, yeah, but not our women. So that don't make no sense. So that's going to be in this time life, the way things are going. Some may disagree, but sooner or later we'll all see.
Um,
All right.
yes, Chief Ephraim, I agree with you 100%. That's why I said we would like, us regular women, we would like a righteous man to lead us into the right direction instead of putting us to confusion. So I was kind of saying the same thing, because we don't want no wicked man. We want the right man to lead us into the right direction, and to having us all stressed out and in all confusion. We want uplifting man, but it's not we don't, I don't know if it's a lot, but we don't see a lot of them. That was my kind of
Right.
point.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what the scripture tell you, that the Most High is going to make men as precious as gold, and we're in that them stages right now. As we're in these last days, we're in those stages. The same way y'all women is getting y'all shit together, becoming a virtuous woman. Because a lot it's hard to find a virtuous woman. So you know what I'm saying. As hard as it is to find that man of gold, it will be easier eventually to find those virtuous women, because they gonna humble down. They gonna eat that slice of humble pie when they see shit is hitting the fan, and they gonna say, "Listen, man, I just want to be under you. I don't care about nothing else." You know what I'm saying? What was that song? That old school song that said, "I don't care about all those women as long as you treat me right." I forgot how it go. If somebody know it, damn it, say the verse. You know what I mean? But that's just the way it's gonna be. You understand? A lot of our men is locked up. A lot of our men are in jail. A lot of our men are on drugs. A lot of our men are gay. A lot of our men are criminals. A lot of our men are rapists, molesters, uh, on the low sodomites. All right, there's a lot of that going on with our men. So yes, there's going to be a few righteous men, and it's going to be hard to find. So just understand, when that time comes, it's going to be a oh yeah, the Yeshaya hit me with the lyrics. All praise. It says, just be good to me. I don't care about them other girls. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, eventually that's what's going to be. And guess what? They come in with their own money. They're not going to give a damn how much the man is making. They're not going to give a damn how much, how top of the corporate ladder that the man is in, what accolades he has with this society in this world. They're going to be like, I got to get with you. You know what I'm saying? I got to get with you, because you that righteous thing. You understand? So through the spirit, eventually it's going to happen. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. If y'all don't humble down, 7 other women will. Not you.
Yes, Chief Faithful. It also says this. That's why I said we would like a good man, because it says who can find a faithful man? The just man walking in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. And you know, that's why I said, like, I don't have a righteous man. I don't have anyone. So we, as I said, my friends, we sit around and say, I wish we had a good man. And like, you know what I mean? So we could sit and make cookies, take care of the home, for more likely home, we can train our kids, homeschool our kids. Just do good. That's why I said, the man, has to be righteous, and who can find a faithful man? No one, you can't. That's why they running rampant, and it's just wild out here. And if you
Uh,
have that in the
Sister
house,
Judah,
your
hold on.
children
Hold
will be
on, sis.
blessed too.
Hold on, sis. You want to make cookies? Listen. Hold on, sis. I'm gonna tell you right now. There's a lot more righteous men on this earth right now than you may believe, and we're ahead of the game just by being in this walk. Now, even in this walk, you got to be careful. You got to be careful because a lot of men will profess themselves to be righteous, and they're wolves in sheep clothing, and all they want is to get at the bottom of that thing, and that's it. You see what I'm saying? That's all they want. That's what these niggas is in it for. You understand? To fulfill their lust. So you got to be careful who you try to make the cookies for. You know what I'm saying? She said she want to make cookies and sit around with the family, but that's cool. That's it's spiritual in some way, but this thing is bigger than what y'all expect, and the Most High is going to have this thing come sooner than y'all believe, because I don't know if y'all paying attention, but Russia invaded Ukraine, and it's going back and forth. America put sanctions on them. They're about to shut stuff down. I don't know if y'all know. I was telling Shop yesterday that Ukraine in the West is third, between third and fourth of crops, bringing forth crops and importing and exporting crops. So they're about to shut Russia down. Russia ain't gonna be able to get no crops from them. So it's a lot going on. You see what I'm saying? So y'all better choose wisely in these last days, because I'm gonna tell y'all, a lot of righteous men, the real righteous men, it's kind of hard to be under a righteous man after you done got your waters polluted by a wicked Israelite in the truth, supposedly.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because once you give up those goods, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting at the Passover with, you know what I'm saying, with a woman that was with another man in the Passover, and we all just sitting like a happy family because she got a bill of divorcement. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it's the law, but fuck that shit. I'm not tasting no other niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking at niggas in the eyes, and I don't. Then I gotta be wondering how you done blamed her, and now I gotta make sure I don't know if I blamed her. Yeah, it's a lot to deal with. So make sure you choose right, because eventually that's where a lot of women fall out this truth, because they done got their womb polluted, they done got the waters polluted, and now no man want them no more because they done heard. Well, some thirsty niggas, you know what I'm saying, but a lot of men don't want them. So just keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hard for you to get a real righteous man if you fell for the okey dokey and got the hokey pokey. And I yield.
Yeah, I mean that's why courting is very important, and also eldership and congregations are very important. Even though you also got to pray and fast about certain decisions you make too. But like having eldership and men involved in your decision making, like, well, I'm not sure about that brother. I know that brother. He got a lust issue, or that brother he's kind of slothful, or that brother has a temper problem. You definitely want to seek guidance from another brother that knows brothers that'll help you pick out a man of the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how you avoid all that. But shout out to the daughters of Zion, right? That's repenting and coming back into this truth and coming back into their true nationality and culture. We do appreciate y'all. A lot of these women in the world, they getting ready for hot girl summer, and only time you could talk to them is if you text their OnlyFans, right? So So we do appreciate y'all sisters that's coming in the truth. We just don't want y'all coming into the truth with the same mindset as the worldly women do. You know what I'm saying? You definitely have to put the most high God on the top of your list. Right? The top of your list of a man, you can have a list. You got 5 things you should want from a man: strength, uh, honor, honesty, financial stability. You know what I'm saying? Things you might want from a man: compassion, caring. The top 5 things you want. But at the top of that list, it should be a man that serves the Most High God for real. An honest servant of the Most High God. That should be the top of your list, right?
Con.
But let me just reset the room. It's your kosher breakfast house. The skillet, come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it. All right. So today's subject is right is feminism, black culture. Hashtag Big Mama. Uh, Ari, who's next in the queue?
Well, it's Ben now, but I want to bring out a point real quick before we go to the queue.
Icon.
Um, Con, I am, I'm not even going to hold y'all. I am, we appreciate the sisters, of course, that come up stage and share their thoughts on what's going on and what we could do to make things better for our nation. But I'll be honest with y'all, I am still hearing hints of the worldly mindset, which is fine because we're not perfect, right? And that's why we have rooms like this, especially when we're dealing with our own sisters we know that are in the truth. We kind of have to correct that mindset and way of thinking, right? What I'm hearing a lot is, the man playing more of the role, bringing in the money, which we do not ever question that. I bring most of the money in my home, right? But at the same time, my wife understands that there's certain things that she has to be doing too to keep things going, right? And that's extremely important because she understands the value that I bring as a man, right? Value do not come from how much you make, like Shaw Paul just brought up. And this is primarily going to our sisters in the truth. The value of a man is how faithful he is to the Most High God, right? That's where his true value comes from, right? Like Chief brought up earlier, when you keep in mind, when brothers go out here, and again, I'm not patting ourselves in the back, we risk our lives. We literally risk our lives, our freedom, right? But we understand what we signed up for. We understand that this is what it's going to take to bring back things in order through the spirit of Mashiach, right? But I'm going to read the scripture real quick. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5 and verse 1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labors, right? That's exactly what you're seeing today. This is prophecy coming to pass, right? When you see brothers standing in boldness, calling the so-called white man a damn devil to his face, that takes a lot of courage, man, right? When you read it in the parable of the wheat and the tears in the beginning part of it, where it talks about how men were asleep, right, for a period of time, that's during the time of slavery, during the time when black men could not talk, Jim Crow era, right? We were in fear of our lives. But guess what? Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 1 is kicking in now, right? That's value. And again, I'm not patting myself in the back or patting other brothers in the back. We understand what it's going to take to bring back things in order on this earth, right? But certain things has to be said. Sisters, when you're looking for a man, definitely vet them, right? Check with other brothers to get to know a little bit more about them, about that particular brother, right? But I can go further in that, but I'm gonna drop it for now. But just keep in mind the value of a man comes in his faithfulness to the Most High God, him being a positive example of what righteousness looks like. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield for now. Brother Ben, you see the topic, you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? And Shalom, you there, Ben? All right, we're gonna move to brother Zabaya. You see the topic, you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to it, King? And Shalom. Yo, Shalpar, you hear me?
Can I hear you? I guess brothers and sisters are a little stagnant. It looked like Zabiya is off mute, but we just can't hear him.
You there? Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, Salakia. I wanted to go off of course, feminism is definitely not our culture, but I wanted to go off of what Chief was saying, like how it'll be definitely hard, especially in these days, to find a righteous woman and righteous man, and dealing with righteous men. It just because once they actually get completely in the truth and understand scriptures and stuff, trying to get a woman out in the world, they don't really have that much patience for their foolishness. Like they'll give you patience, but like you trying to still think about the world, you still trying to look back, like Lot's wife, they don't really have that much patience for that. So it's definitely can be difficult trying to find either one, a righteous man and a righteous woman in this world, and trying to bring a wicked man or a wicked woman inside of the truth is like it's 50-50. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on that over that idea.
Right, just to touch up on what brother Zabaya just brought out. It's not going to get better, sisters, right? And this is why we have rooms like this. The feminist movement has not done anything good for us as a nation. And again, like I said, if you do have an opposing view, you think that it did, raise your hand, come up to the stage. All right. It's going to actually get worse. All right. It's going to be very scarce to find a righteous man. Right. I'm going to read a quick scripture. Isaiah chapter 13 and verse 12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the gold wedge of fire. Right? So men are going to be rare. A righteous man is going to be rare. And that gets into the scripture that the chief brought out in Isaiah 4 and 1. All right. It's going to actually get worse. And a lot of this has to do with the prophecies that has been laid out. Right? When you go to Isaiah, we're going to read this real quick. Isaiah 3 and 4, it says, I will give children, right, to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them. Right? Verse 5. And the people shall be oppressed, every one by another, and every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the Asian. So we seeing that today. We got our kids, they have absolutely no respect for their elders, right? And this is what we're trying to change, right? This is why when I'm in a room and we get a younger brother that's going off, I'm quick to stop them immediately, because we gotta seek the old path, right? We can't keep doing things the way we used to do them and the way that we're doing them now. Because we can read in the scriptures that these are things that are going to happen, and we're seeing it come into light in these days, in these last days, right? It says, and the base against the honorable, right? This is madness out here. We're going to jump to verse 12 real quick, and we'll go back to the queue. All right. Verse 12. As for my people, right? Children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy path. Right? So we can see in the scriptures that women are the ones that surpass the men, right? That are leading our communities, right? And that's what this whole feminism agenda has pushed in our communities. We need to change that way and go back to the old path, right? When we get things in righteousness. But with that, I'm gonna yield. Brother Ben, if you're back, are you back, King? Because I just saw you picked up a call. You there, Ben?
Shalom, I'm here.
Hey, Shalom, King. You see the topic and you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? And Shalom.
For sure. Well, to me, I mean, I know it, and I think that I don't know. I ain't gonna say I don't know it in the room, but for sure, feminism is not a black culture. What I would like to add is that, um, kind of pretty much on what everybody else been saying. That we do, being that our women is being pushed in the forefront by society and by media. I think it would be smart and for nation building for us to build with a lot of women to connect. Um, our women have been for so long been forced to been thinking that they are strong, and because they are, you know what I'm saying. But they're not meant to be our leaders, of course, according to scripture. And so I think that we do need to come together and build together. Feminism is very destructive. A lot of brothers have said already how it's leading, has led, different of our brothers to prison, and just a lot of different things. I can say in my own experience, I remember having run-ins and uh, with different brothers about a woman, and what I'm saying, it wasn't initiated on my end. It was more of a defense thing, but you know, uh, I remember to a point where cops got involved, and the cops was asking me like, what's this about? Because I'm tough, I don't want to talk, and he's like, man, I already pretty much know. It's either money or a woman. He said, because that's the main thing that's going on. These men getting into it about these women out here and killing each other. And it was, a male acting in a feminine way. You know what I'm saying? And so instead of letting that be a dividing factor for us, I think that, what I'm saying, we use it to our strength. I was just telling one of my cousins yesterday, I was like, hey man, you got the vision and everything. I was like, sit down, learn what you need to learn about your business, learn how to operate your business, run your business, because you had a vision. And I said, you learn what it is to do to make the business work and run, and then you go and collaborate with different women. I said, man, these women gonna make you happy. You got the capital already. You know what I'm saying? I said, all you have to do is be the facilitator now. And I'm saying that, what I'm saying, even in my own life, that's a big way that we do need to operate, just as a unit and together, and to build that trust with one another as well. Put them in the different roles, within, what I'm saying, your nation, your kingdom, your home, or whatever it is. But you always be that facilitator, So yeah, feminism for sure is not black culture. It's being pushed on us to continue to keep us down and oppressed, and to keep us divided. To have our women, you know what I'm saying, want to be rebellious and everything of that nature. And we're saying that, their job has been being done very well for the longest. So, that's what I like to add.
Con, that's a great point, Ben. Definitely got to come back together, right? When we get into the scriptures and we get into certain parts of this conversation, it's not in any way to discourage anyone. All right, it's for us to be able to have this build and actually see what we could do, right? According to the scriptures, that's what we live by to make a change, as a nation, right? Um, just a quick reset. This is Crown of Thorns. All right. The topic of today's room is feminism, black culture, right? Hashtag Big Mama. If you have anything to add on, please go ahead and come up to the stage. Also, please keep sharing the room. The button on the bottom left-hand corner, click on it and share the rooms to your social media platforms. Let's keep this conversation going. This is a great topic, a great build. And throughout for everybody for adding to the build and the conversation. Also, follow the mods in the room. Follow the brothers and sisters that are bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. All right, that are adding to the topic. Also, follow each other in the audience. And throughout for everybody for your input. This is a great topic. All right. Is feminism, is it a black culture? Right. And with that, I'm going to yield to the stage. If anybody else at this point is just a popcorn style kind of build. If anybody else has anything to add to the topic, any scripture you want to bring out, you can always go ahead and bring it out. But I do have a question, right, to the sisters, right? I heard a couple of things and stuff like that that were brought up. in reference to the fact that the men have to. I think I heard from Sister Judah that men should at least have like 70-30, and that's kind of been working. Would that be, if you were to find a partner, would that be something that is extremely important to you, as in that income part of things? Just a real quick question to the sisters, and y'all can answer that.
No, that's not for me. I don't have an issue or concern with money because when I say work hard, I personally meant doing stuff like my truck is I'm having problems with it now. I'm a single woman. I don't know who to go to. That's not my job. That would be my husband's job. Putting air in my tires. That's what I meant. When I work a sitting, my normal line of work is like a sitting job, sales, and I make plenty of money. I've never had any problem. I gave to my husband everything. That's not the problem. But when it's not being reciprocated, or he's not following God and doing godly things so that we can come together and build businesses and things of that nature, that is a problem for me. That's why it took me 30 years to leave. I've got 2 children, and those are the only children that I have. I was with this man for 30 years. So I have no problem. Money, that's not my thing. Following God is my main. The Most High is the biggest concern that I have. And of course, being honest and all that, but you must follow the Most High. You have to have some sense in that manner. Everything else is negotiable.
Right, and the reason why I asked that question is the whole feminism movement was really based on that, right? Women being oppressed, right? Their men not doing certain things, and then being in a position where they can do it for themselves, right? That was like the big agenda behind that, and that was what was sold to a lot of our sisters, right? So that's why I kind of asked that question, like, what's more valuable to you? Sister Judah, were you going to say something? I see you
I was
unmuted.
going to say that the same thing as she said. Like the thing would we want 70-30 men being stronger, doing the most, and women, they may work but doing the most at home because we do have like if they want have a lot of children and taking care of the household, but men being as a provider, actually serving God. If a man is righteous, I'm pretty sure a woman wouldn't want to be out of order with a man. Like you said, we're not in our proper roles. When it's reversed, that's when the issues come in. So that's what I'm saying. The man taking the grunt of the load, and we as helpers, what I'm saying, we help do this to better him and better our community, our families, our nation. That's what I'm saying about a 70-30, but not making the woman and doing the most of all. It breaks us down. It tears us up. One time, I got invited to something at work because you have to get selected to go to it. They had something for women, and it was so many of us in there, but it was like an appreciation day. But I didn't know a lot of other women felt burnt out and wore out just like me. But it was so many. I was so happy just to be in that room, and I was wondering if one day, because I know the men, they're leaders, to do because we're women that want to be righteous and living righteously. A woman, how men are supposed to be to women, because I really never heard any classes on that yet. But I hear a lot like women this, women that, women. But for the good woman who's not doing those, wicked things, whatever they're doing, I just want to hear something. Well, men's supposed to treat women this way. I really don't know. According,
Now you fine, sis, and I don't want you to feel like it's just questions. We're just talking, and I appreciate that input, because we want you guys, your sisters, to be honest with us, right? Chief, were you going to say something, King Salakia?
Yeah, I gotta ask, man. Like, where do you keep getting this 70-30 from? Like, I don't understand.
this
I
is
don't know as a your mathematics data. I don't know where this 70-30 come from, but when you start pushing that, I'm gonna tell you something, sis. It sounds like you trying to get a man to take care of you. You see what I'm saying? Understand your job is to take care of the man, right? And the husband's job. We gonna have to get into all of this today. I see we're gonna have to get into it. Unless you want to do Irie Shower Party, y'all want to do another class for this. But you know, the 70-30, the 50-50, the this, the that, none of that is scriptorial. The man is the head of the woman. Period. You know what I'm saying? Does that mean the woman's supposed to just bow down to everything he says, even if it's off? No, hell no. That's not what we're saying. You understand? But through the spirit, the man runs the house. Period. So there's no 70-30, there's no 50-50, there's no 10-90, there's none of that stuff. This is Western mindset of thinking. You understand? You got to do what you need to do, and he got to do what he need to do. And then y'all put it together, and y'all make that gumbo, that clean gumbo, not that unclean from Louisiana gumbo. All right. So I'm gonna yield. I read. You know, do what you do.
And I was gonna say,
Right.
like,
Go ahead,
women
Sister Judah.
vessel. Since women is the weaker vessel, we break down more easily. I just, man runs the household, but I think since you guys are stronger, and you're your leaders, you should guide us in the right directions, so we don't have to be out here all in the confusion. That's what I'm saying. Not that I don't want to lead anybody. I really don't. I just want to be sit back and take some orders, but I don't want to be out there in the field like I'm a man. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And yeah,
Sister Judah, let me tell you what Chief is saying. Um, when you come into the whole relationship with that mindset, right? Now you're limiting yourself, right? You're basically saying, listen, you're the man. I'm just going to do my little 30% here, whatever I feel I should be doing, and that's it, right? And that's not biblical. When you look at the righteous women in the Bible, they didn't live that way. That's a modern mindset. That's a Western way of thinking, sis. And I know it's hard for some of our sisters, because some of our sisters, I talk to them, they still think that way. And that was why I brought up the point earlier and say, I hear what's going on, but I'm still hearing hints of that Western way of things. And that's okay. Nobody's attacking you on it. We're just trying to show you that there is a better way to think when it comes to building your household, your nation. Right? You got to come with the mindset and the spirit of, I'm coming 100%. I'm going to give it my all. Right? And again, when you're dealing with a righteous man, trust me, he's not going to sit there. My wife, I don't let my wife go, oh, you go do everything while I sit. Hell no. I make the majority of the money. Right? But she has the understanding that she got to put in her brick in too. Right? She's not just going to sit here and just be weaving all day. Right? She understand that. And I make that clear to her. Right? So that's all we're saying. Just look at it as, listen, I'm going to come into this relationship, give it my all, right? Support my man and be that pillar of rest. Play my role as the wife, right? And if he's a righteous man and gets into the scriptures, he knows his role as a righteous man, right? He knows that, especially if he's around other brothers that will check him and make sure he's in order. You understand? So that's what we're saying. Don't come with that, because that's what feminism is all about too. They promote that whole, if you can't do for me as a man, I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with you kind of thing. Right? That spirit, that stubborn spirit, like the elder was bringing up earlier. That's what comes with that. That mindset of, well, I'm going to do this a little bit, and you the man, you do everything. We know what our role is. And a lot of times when you're dealing with a certain brother, we do not let you do a lot of things. A lot of times the brothers take care of the things. But we don't want our sisters coming with that mindset, talking about you're the man, you should be doing that. Because again, that's how the women of the world speak. That's how they speak to their men. I don't care if it's about 30-70% money, 30-70% protection. I don't care how you try to cut it or slice it. We shouldn't be thinking that way. That's what basically Chief is talking about. Right? Come with the spirit of, listen, I'm going to give it my all 100%. Right? And my man is going to do his part. You understand? You understand that, sis? Sister Judah, you there? Y'all can hear me, right? Sharp, you hear me?
King.
She probably baking some milk and cookie.
Nah, she probably froze up because I know it does that
I
sometimes.
just playing with you,
So can I add something real quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Sister Natisha. Go ahead.
So okay, so like I keep hearing everybody say, it's a lot of sisters. I'm just gonna talk, from my point of view. So as a sister who was raised the way I was raised, I always give 100%. But the problem is that when like you a sister and you understand your role and you do what you're supposed to do, a lot of times it's the brothers. Like we pick the wrong brothers. Like out of the men I've dated, maybe two of them, probably cracked open the Bible, and like one of them said he was a Hebrew Israelite. So, when you giving your 100% or like 100%, like 110%, however much, and I agree with Sister Judah. You keep doing it, it does break you down. It does make you tired, and it's not, I can't put all the blame on the brothers because I chose them brothers. I didn't vet, like I didn't know about, vetting brothers. It's like I like you, you like me, we talking, okay, we gonna start dating. So in my aspect of it, I've had brothers say all the right things. I mean, they say all the right, like even my ex-husband, he said all the right things. But once we got married, everything that he was saying, it didn't go into action. So I was naive. Even though I got married in my 30s, I still, wasn't truly understand about what a man is supposed to do, like a man's role. Because my grandmother didn't have her husband, and then my mom, she didn't have a man in the house either. So I only had my uncle, and he was around, sporadically. So I never fully understood what a strong man was supposed to be. I didn't understand what a son of the Most High is supposed to look like. So I'm just looking for a brother that I think will fit my needs. And at the end of the day, it turned out to be a huge mistake. So now going forward, since I'm divorced, like I'm taking like a lot of time before I even think about going down that road again. But it took me to understand who I am truly as the daughter of the Most High, so I can understand, when a son come along that's truly walking the way that he's supposed to walk, I can connect to him on a spiritual level. Because a lot of us, and I, now and in the past, it's always been attraction and physical, like I know people that have children together, but they don't know the person's, social security number or the date of birth. It's like, really? Like you slept with this man and you don't, so, it starts with the root. Like, a lot of us as sisters, we didn't have a good upbringing with a strong man around. Like I'm from, I spent half my time in the projects. So, all I saw was the gangsters. So I'm thinking, okay, I take me a street dude that got some book knowledge. Like that's the perfect combination for me. Not knowing that I needed something more than that. So, it's a lot of us sisters that give a lot of ourselves. And a lot of times we weren't supposed to do it because they weren't even our husbands. They was boyfriends. So we giving these, boyfriends, like wifey material. And then when it don't work out, then we feel some type of way. Or we develop this anger towards men, and it's not fair on any parts. But if we're not working on ourselves on the inside to try to see who we are, to see, like the kind of mate we need to have. I was a corporate chick. I was making like 67,000 a year. I didn't really care how much some brothers made, as long as they was good to me, they respected me. Like they was, some kind of, motivation to them. But when I saw that all the stuff that they was talking about, they wanted to do, they were going to do, they didn't do it. Like it was just like a rap game to get, for us to start dating. So now for a moment in time, I did have like, I'm not dating a brother if he don't have this money. I'm not dating. Then I'm like, that's stupid. Like that's my fault. I chose to sleep with them dudes. I could have said no and moved on about my business. So now it's time to change the mindset. Like feminism is a mindset. And so if these women have it in their mind and they're not connected to the Most High on no level, they're going to feel like what they're doing is right. And a lot of it is because they've been hurt, like they have brothers. I mean, because I've seen brothers break sisters down. I mean, and the same with sisters. I've seen sisters get a good dude and just do that dude all the way wrong. But that's because our mindset is not right. So when we talk about these conversations, and people start speaking their mind, but we have to understand the mindset. Everybody in this room is not on the same level as far as trying to connect to the Most High. That's why we building and learning. So everything do start, from that point. So a lot of us have to take responsibility, females and males, as to why we feel like, like we feel the way we feel about each other. Why do we, keep attracting these brothers that don't want to do nothing? Well, why we keep attracting these sisters that got these big mouths and this, and that? So it's more than just feminism. It's a cultural breakdown of the mind. So that's why when we do these classes, it's trying to build up the mind and get us to understand and follow the laws of the Most High, because that's the only way we're going to get there. So, these conversations are extremely good to have, because it puts a lot of stuff out there. But, we also have to remember everybody come from different walks of life and experiences. So I don't want a man, that has to work, because I know how hard the world is on brothers. That's why I stick with my brothers. Sometimes it's like a love-hate relationship with me sometimes. Like, I love my brothers, but I'm like, just get it together. But I understand it's a lot on their shoulders for them to get it together. But, if a brother gets a sister, she's working with him, she's there for him, and he turn around and dog her out, that's going to bring, like more animosity in our culture. It's not going to help it. I land my plane.
All praises, sis. I'm gonna 1 second. I'm gonna address one thing you said, right? And we'll, just for the sake of time and to keep the conversation going, okay? I get what you're saying with the frustration with dealing with certain men. First of all, now you know better, right? No boyfriend and shacking and stuff. You shouldn't be doing none of that. That's one thing. The other thing is, try to deal with brothers that you know is part of either a congregation or they have other men to hold them accountable. That's extremely important in this thing too. When sisters are vetting men, don't just go off your feelings or what he's showing you, because he'll show you anything. Right? When I was in the world, I was good at that. I could tell you whatever I feel like I need to tell you to get what I want out of you. Some brothers are notorious and good at doing that. Right? And that was me being evil and wicked. You understand? So sisters, y'all got to be a little bit smarter when it comes to your decision making. Of course, we get on the man too. Trust me, when we make up these rooms, I know y'all sisters think, oh, it's all about the sisters. No, we get on our brothers too. This is why we always encourage you to deal with men that is either part of a congregation or part of a brotherhood where you know the other brothers can hold them accountable. Because a lot of men do not have their fathers in their lives. So you can't go to their father and try to see if something can be done when they're going off. You understand? So that's something you got to take account of. I just wanted to put that out there, just moving forward in the conversation. Hey, Chief, did you unmute? I didn't know if you did. If you had anything to bring out, King.
Con. This is why, and niggas like to talk shit about the camps. This is why camps are very important, because we have eldership, we have leadership, and we can scan these brothers and sisters, because sometimes the brothers need help to find out how these sisters are, because sisters will say one thing and then become a monster in the house. So that's the point of being a part of a body, having eldership, having leadership, and being able to have that help and guidance and direction, where a brother could be like, yeah, bro, hey sis, nah, I don't think this brother's, give it a little bit more time. Let's see how his spirit manifests. And if the brother's serious, the brother's going to wait. He's not going to be trying to force you to get the bones right away. You feel what I'm saying? So through the spirit, and if y'all not part of a body, and y'all not, make sure you come around at least. Come around for the feast days. Come around for the new moons. Let the brothers, let the elders and the leaders get to know who you are, whether it be a brother or a sister. So then we could try to not play matchmaker, but we could try to guide you in the right direction. Because like the brother said, a lot of us wasn't raised with fathers. A lot of us wasn't raised with mothers. And it comes from both sides. So we don't really know what love is. We don't know how to love through the spirit of Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. We don't know how to, we don't really, some of us don't even know how to show affection, because we were raised so hardcore or so out of love. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever showed these certain brothers and sisters love, and we don't know how to love, so we become monsters. So you got to keep that in mind. You know, leadership is necessary. It's not just for flashy titles. It's not to put, oh, I'm this and that on social media. No, it goes a long way, because if a brother or sister is claiming to be some type of leader, elder, you know, you got to go to them for guidance and true guidance, and you got to know who you're going to for that guidance. You understand? So I I really I'm really pushing y'all to get. Y'all don't have to come with us. Y'all don't have to be with HOI. Y'all can find a camp or a body or congregation that fits your spirit. But you need counselor. You need counseling. Okay, we all need counseling. Okay, the scriptures speak about counsel is for everything. Before you go to war, before you make a decision, before everything. So that's the problem with a lot of the brothers and sisters picking each other. You never had no counsel. And you just, oh, I had sex with him, that's my husband, that's my wife. No, you was just lusting. You was playing a whore. And you was playing a whoremonger. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was trying to get your shit off. So now you stuck, and now you done made a decision where it could be a decision that fucks up the rest of your life for the rest of for the rest of your life. Because, like I said, a lot of brother, I'm not gonna say every righteous brother won't take a woman that got a bill of divorcement, but I know for sure real men are not trying to walk around here with a woman that they know another brother done smashed out and gave you a bill of divorcement in your purse. You see what I'm saying? I like my woman exclusive. I don't, even when a woman got too much goddamn friends on social media, if I see she got the same, like all the camp leaders and all the different congregations, like I'm good. I fall back on that. I'm not. I don't want that. You see what I'm saying? I like my woman exclusive. So try to be that exclusive woman too. Don't be out there being friends with everybody. You know, of course we a nation, but a true friend. That's what I'm talking about. A true friend. You're a brother and a sister. But don't try to be in everybody's comments and everybody's DM and everybody, and don't follow every goddamn man if you're looking for a righteous husband. These are small things. You see what I'm saying? These are small things, but guidance and counseling is very important, and a lot of our people lack that. You know what I'm saying? If you have a marriage, if you have a marriage before you get counseling, that was your decision. Whatever comes out of that, you fucked up. That had nothing to do with eldership. That had nothing to do with leadership. That was your decision. You decided to do that shit.
And that had
Don't
nothing to
blame.
do with, and that has nothing to do with the truth neither.
Right, it has nothing to do with the truth. That was your horny ass who couldn't sit your ass down for 6 months, and you wanted to give up the goddamn pussy in 2 months. Excuse my goddamn language. And now you stuck with a demon from hell. You see what I'm saying? Excuse my language. So it is what it is. Don't blame the truth. Definitely don't blame the Most High. And don't blame eldership and leadership. That was your decision. All right? So, yeah, with that, I yield. Come to counsel, goddammit.
Con. Yeah, go ahead. Then I'm going to do a quick reset, and we're going to go right back to the queue. And if you are up here on stage, please raise your hand. I know sometimes, we get into the conversation and it gets heated up. Please be patient with us. Trust me, I don't forget the queue. I stay on the queue, but we got to allow people that are already on stage to add to the build. Once you say your own piece, you'll be able to add moving forward. Okay. Please forgive me if I don't get to you sooner. Please raise your hands, come up to the stage, because we do want you to be part of the conversation. All right. I just want to put that out there. But go ahead, Ak.
Yeah, so talking about something earlier that they were speaking about, like our women have to understand that we are in captivity. Now, if you're dealing with a righteous man is not just going to sit around a house and just play PlayStation on it. If he see his woman, working and it doesn't feel right with his spirit to just sit there and do nothing while. So that common with courting, and what else comes with courting is how often is he in a scripture trying to edify you more inside of the scripture, inside of the spirit. Like you have to take into consideration those things before you come to even though he's claims that he is the truth, it's trying to teach you more because we have to teach even though we're just courting with them or whatever.
Hey, yo, Ak, you going in and out. Yeah, you going in and out. You might want to, I don't know if you're using some type of Bluetooth. You might want to use your phone directly or drop out of the room and come right back because you're going in and out pretty bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you fade out after a while. Like when you start talking, you start fading out and come back in.
Oh, Salakia. If I sound clear, just let me know if I break out. Yeah. As I was saying, you do have our women and our men have to take that into consideration. Like, if he's trying to edify you in the scriptures, if he's saying if he's on his hand, if he's studying his scriptures, how often is he read the scriptures? If he's trying to teach you, those definitely take into account when you are according with the men. And with our men, it trying to court with a woman who claims to be in the truth. Is she accepting the truth? Is she getting aggravated every time you try to teach her? Those things definitely take into account. And counseling can definitely work. You can't just up and marry somebody without proper counseling from the elders. So that's what I was saying. That I get.
Khan. All praises to water for that. Alexandria, you see the topic, you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? And Shalom.
Shalom, and greetings to the elders in the room, for my brothers and sisters. I actually have a meeting in 8 minutes. I'm going to try to make this really fast. I have a red bar. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, sis. Go ahead.
Okay. I come to the room in complete humbleness simply because I was once where I hear a lot of the sisters, not too long ago either. But I can only tell you what has helped me. Number one, getting into the word and really making it my mission to understand my role as a woman, not focusing on my husband's role as a man, because I realized that narrow road, we only get to walk that narrow road alone. I don't get to walk side by side with him. So I know I needed to make sure that I was right. And by the same token, he needs to make sure he's right. So I stopped so much looking out the window and focusing on him, but looking in the mirror and focusing on me. A lot of these rooms have helped me. Some of them I can't stomach because not all Israel is Israel on this Clubhouse platform. But one thing that Chief said time and time again, not just in this room, but in other rooms. Like you made your decision. You have to lay in this bed, but you have to focus on you. And that's the only thing that makes this walk just a little bit easier, because when I kept focusing on all that my husband wasn't doing, that everyone around me wasn't doing, I was growing more miserable by the day. But as I started asking the Most High, okay, what is it that you want from me? What is required of me? Let me put my energy on focusing on me. And if things fall in line, great. If they don't, I would have to believe, as long as I'm coming correct, that, whatever it is, it's the will of the Most High. And to my, constant repenting, because it's not, I didn't repent just once. I had to constantly repent different aspects of my life. I was lucky. At the age of 15, I went to live with my father. So when my parents divorced, I wanted to be with daddy. So I got to see a man from that point of view at a young age. And I had to, of course, prepare meals for him and do that kind of things. I also watched his sisters who were married 50 plus years. My uncle came home from work every day, 5 o'clock. The plate was on the table. He walked in, washed his hands, sat down, said nothing to nobody. And nobody said anything to him. I didn't realize it then, but that was a learning ground for me because it's helping me. Like, that's what I envision when I want to say something, but I think of my aunt who said nothing. You know, she just did what she was supposed to do. She worked, he worked. Money, I don't count where the money comes from. All I care about is that we have money to pay whatever needs to be paid. I don't look at, the fact that I make more, he makes more. I don't do no 70-30. I don't do no, okay, if I get a flat tire, he's supposed to do X, Y, and Z. I call roadside assistance. I don't bother him while he's at work to say, can you come change my tire?
Bring it out. Bring it out.
I pay for roadside assistance. I use it. Now, when it first happened, when I got a flat tire, thinking the way the world thinks, I was like, wait, he's supposed to come change my tire. But again, that repentance is real because then I caught myself. Alex, you're being foolish. You're being like these foolish women who are modernized by Esau. Let's face it, point blank. We see how some of them are the bosses in their houses, and we try to emulate them. But that was not our customs, and we've adopted them. And as quick as we adopted them, we need to let those go and really focus on what the words of the Most High say. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Hey yo, shout out to roadside assistance. If you ain't got it, get with it. Hey,
Yeah.
Real quick, Sister Judah, just to ask to Sister Alexandria brought out. Throughout sis, for those words, we really appreciate it. And again, let me say this. Let me make this clear. Nobody's advocating that a man not work or provide. Nobody's advocating that. What we're saying is come with the mindset and the spirit of 100%, right? You playing your own role and doing your part, right? And again, this is under the guides of you going a certain angle when you're looking for these brothers, right? Not doing it the way like you used to do in the world. We're not talking about that, because whatever comes out of that, it's on you 100%, right? Just doing things in order. That's the line we are pushing here. After Sister Judah, after you're done with your point, we're just going to do a quick reset, try to get back to the point of the room. But again, Tawada, for everybody for your input, we really appreciate it. Again, if you have an opposing view, we want you to raise your hands up and coming up and add to the build and the conversation. Go ahead, Elder. 1 second, Sister Judah. Go ahead, Elder.
Right. You see what the sister said about how her uncle came home and it was made and nobody asked or nothing. See, this is how it was back in the past, and this is what the white man has done. You know what I mean? On the feminist, they have made that structure of the man in the household coming home. They've made the woman feel like you're a slave. You're a slave for cooking for the man. That's why you get these stupid rappers or these simple rappers like Cardi B that talks about I don't cook and I don't clean. You see what I'm saying? And the women try to follow her, but she's not doing that. I'm pretty sure she's cooking and cleaning for her husband. Or maybe she got a maid because she's rich or whatever. But still.
Dr. Salaki,
Yeah.
Zaquan, her husband put her on blast. And he put a video of her cleaning up. He's like, you better stop lying to these people, say you don't cook and you don't clean.
You see that? Right, exactly. But you push that out there to the people, you know what I mean, to the younger women, as that type of attitude. So see, that structure is what broke the household up. That structure is what Satan used. You know what I mean? In a modern term, you don't have to clean for this man. You don't have to cook for this man. For their own agenda to break you up, to break your household up, and make you go rebellious against the so-called black man. And this is what they're doing today. This is what they promoting today, so that we will never come as a unit. The woman has a structure and an order, and the man has an order. You see what I'm saying? It's not that you're going into slavery by doing these things. You know what I mean? Barefoot and pregnant. All these things, they try to make you feel like, look, you're going into slavery, but that's the order. But they push the independent thing to destroy our household. And that's not to say a woman can't work and provide. And that's not to say a man must be abusive. But the scriptures tell you in Ephesians 5 how the order was given. That's perfect how the order was given. It says, women, submit to your husband. Husband, love your wives. So that if a man loves his woman, he's going to treat her right. But the main thing the man needs is peace in the household. And that's what the sister said. Nobody dagged them. Nobody irritated them. They let the man come home because the man is dealing with a lot of stress anyway. Outside stress. So when he comes home, he wants peace in his household. And that's not to say that you're a slave. You know, I mean, the man got you locked down. It was order and structure, man. And we got to get back to that. But the Most High is going to force us to get back to that. He's going to force us. He's cutting everything off from our women, from our men. He's going to force us to get back to that unity. Because that's the only way the Most High is going to accept us, man. Once we come back to the structure that he wants us to be. With that,
Salakia, can I even paint the rest of that picture before I jump into my other call? He came home 5 o'clock, ate dinner. My aunt had to go. She had to leave for work at 6. She had 5 children. When dinner was served, the kitchen was clean. The kids, of course, cleaned the kitchen. She went upstairs, got dressed. My uncle drove her to the train station for work, and she worked her 4 or 5 hours, and then he went to pick her up again at 11. It wasn't just her doing her part. He was there for it. Even though he worked, he left for work at 7 in the morning and didn't get back to 5, so he was tired as well. But he drove her to the train station every day, 6 o'clock, was back at the train station at 11 o'clock to pick her up. This I witnessed for years, and it worked. I don't know where we went wrong, where we went off the rails, but it worked for them. They were together until he passed away.
right, because that man had peace, sister. That man felt good because that man came home to a peaceful household. It was able, you know what I mean? And then what he did as return, he did what he had to do, was drive her to work and stuff. But the main thing is that he had peace. And that's not to say that there's not going to be certain things, arguments and certain things. But I'm sure the majority of the time he had peace and he felt good to do certain things for us women. And that's what we got to get back to. With that, I yield.
Hey, Salakia, Quan, I just want you to take a look at your phone. Check out the YouTube clip I put up. That's Offset exposes Cardi B for lying on WAP, saying she don't cook or clean.
God.
He
Yeah,
recorded he recorded ass and say you better stop lying to these folks. Say you don't cook and clean in here.
correct. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. They live a completely different life than what they teach. They putting out there. But yeah, go ahead, Sister Judah. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my phone had died because I had asked a question, but I didn't hear it, and I wanted to know the question. And something about WAP, even Cardi B. That's why I said we got to stop listening to these musics because it's fake. They push these stuff out on us because it sells records, and then to get us our minds. You know what I mean? She said she wouldn't even allow her daughter to listen to music. She say so. Don't think those things are real. That's fake. Even like it's fake. For instance, even like little Kim, she done graduate from Brooklyn College with a good degree. Nobody know that. You know what I'm saying? They push things that they want us to be. Nothing good, That's why I said I don't really like follow the music and all that stuff like that because I know that's fake life. But I wanted to well, I had asked the question before, but I didn't get to hear it. And I like to know what was said because I was really interested in that because, sometimes when you talk to them, like you're talking to a man and you can't talk to no one. So that's why I like to be on here to just, to hear the questions. You get to ask questions.
Right, sis. What was your question again? Because you froze up for a second.
Yeah, reiterate that question, sister.
Oh, I came, it was like a little bit ago, but my phone had died about when I was talking about the woman and like, I really had never heard any nice things about the woman. What is the woman supposed to do? Then versus a man, what are they supposed to do? in regards to a woman. Like when I hear them, because you guys like the men are in charge. So when you talking up to a man, even times I hear not here, but somewhere else, I heard a man. He just said something, and then he used manipulation with the word of God. I'm like, what? And my friend, she was like, "That's a man of God." I'm like, "Girl, he just manipulated you. Is you crazy?" Like, you know what I'm saying? Um. So, and I hear other topic is always like, you know, down in a woman and to lifting up the man just to down a woman. What would you say a man has to do with a righteous woman? Like I would learn something about that and have a class about how a man is supposed to treat a righteous woman and then in her role as well too. Because sometimes it like it kind of saddens me to hear when there's good women around always the negative about a woman. Like the other day, a few of you guys were here. What about the women having the black women having stink coochies? I was like, oh my goodness, that's horrible. And then someone else jumped in and it's like, well, sis, to agree. I'm like, that's crazy to me. Like, you know what I mean? But maybe they have those bad cooch because they're not good women, and the men they might be walking cemeteries like death, abortions, diseases. They're cemeteries. But what about something positive? I like to hear something good about a woman. Make you happy, make you smile, make you feel good, make us as peace. And so with the men.
Hey, Salakia. I'm not saying this is you, but sometimes our people got selective hearing. I had a series of rooms, you know what I'm saying? And throughout my series of rooms, like we just had a room last week about the gangbang culture. And we got on our brothers a lot and see how righteous men should be and how they should treat the daughters of Zion. Because we talked about, how a lot of that gangbang culture, they gang rape females so they could join their gangs. So we got on the men for, mistreating the daughters of Zion and how they're supposed to treat the daughters of Zion. And, we have a lot of rooms. I decided to make this room today to, talk about feminism within the black culture, so we don't want to deflect when we on this topic right now, but if you follow this room and you follow the moderators, we do have a balance where we get on men. Actually, we get on men a lot more than we get on women. To be honest, if you click on the crown of thorns and you look at the topics on the replays, if you go through all the replays, a lot of the topics we talk about is mostly men, right? And men responsibilities and get on the men. You know, Kodak Black got shot on Black History Month, right? We got on the LGBT community. We talked about Masonic lodges and the Freemason culture. We got on Islam this month. We got on our people in general. We talked about the slave trade. We talked about voodoo and witchcraft. We talk about a bunch of various topics. It's just today we decided to talk about feminism. And now that we're talking about feminism, we don't want to deflect. But yeah, we do have topics when we get on our men. You know, I like to talk about my future topics a lot because I notice people try to make rooms before I do. But yeah, we also going to talk about, is being a pimp and a player, black culture. And we're going to definitely focus on men in regards of that. But yeah, we get on everybody, sister. It's not just,
Salakia,
women.
Salakia, real quick, y'all, Paul. Again, this is getting into that percentage mindset, fan, right? When brothers open up rooms, they talk a lot about us men and how we got to get our shit together. Nobody, listen to this, everybody in the room. Nobody on this face of this planet is more accountable than the so-called blacks, Hispanic, and Native American men. I'm going to repeat it again. Nobody on the face of this earth is more accountable than the so-called black men, Hispanic men, or the Native American men. Our sisters need to get off this whole thing of you talk about us and you talk about them. Why we not talk about the brothers? What do you mean? Why we're not? We the ones putting our lives at risk to bring this shit back together through the spirit of the Most High God.
I was gonna say,
Right? Hold on, sister. I understand, and I'm not getting on you. I'm just speaking in general. I get it. right? And this is what we're talking about. We both are being oppressed in this system. But when we look in the news, who is the first person that is being shot in the street? Who's the first person that they take the job from and give to their own women? Let's be honest with each other when we having this conversation, right? Let's be completely honest, man. All right? We get on each other. It might not be on platforms like this, but we always get in each other as brothers, man, because we understand what is at stake. You got to see me in some of these rooms when I'm talking to certain brothers and they're talking out of their left neck. I'm on them immediately, more than the sisters. And I correct them. Because what? We don't want our men be moving a certain way or moving with a certain spirit, man. And you say you're in the truth. So, sisters, y'all got to get off this whole thing of y'all always talking about the sister. You should be happy we got rooms like this. So maybe you can learn how you're supposed to move as a woman and as a sister in our nation. Right? This whole percentage thing got to die off, man. We have to start looking at it as we're all nation building. We all have our faults. We all want to build together and heal through the scriptures as a nation. All right? Nobody can control how we run the rooms, how we set up the rooms, what topics we want to talk about. You know, it's just, you know, it's ridiculous to me. But Sister Judah, go ahead. I know you had a point to bring out. Go ahead, sis.
No, I didn't have a really have a point. I was saying I know what you're saying, but I wasn't talking about like dissing the men, like bringing them down. I was just talking about like some you can learn about like how not to diss anyone, not a man nor a woman, to for women that's trying to be good and to be in righteousness, something that's uplifting to them, to so we can know and learn instead of hearing something negative. But I can see what you're saying because it's a group, a nation thing, not just an individual thing. Maybe you have a lot of women out there that needed to be and to be fixed, to teach. But I'm saying like the woman that's actually good. Sometimes you just want to hear like how is a man supposed to treat a woman? What are we supposed to do? Just something good,
All right. Well, what's a good woman, sis? Would you say you're a good woman?
yes.
What are you doing right now that makes you a good woman?
Well, what I'm doing right now that I'm a good woman, for instance, every day I wake up, I pray. I read my Bible. I put it on audio as well, and I do this all day long and until I go to sleep. When I meet people, I tell them about God. And when I used to be at work, I would say things to people as well too. All day I talk about God all day long. That's all I do. Um, that's basically what I do right now. I just talk about God. When I see people in the streets, like for instance, like I don't say it, like I see somebody hungry, I buy him food. I be over here like if I'm on something like last week's, he was like, "Give me something to eat, give me something to eat." I ran across the street to that Kennedy Fried, got him some biscuit, a little Snapple, and brung it back. I do this all the time, and I never say nothing about it. When I was at work, I treated everybody fairly, no matter what you were, from the top bosses all the way down to the people that was underneath me. Everybody's treated fairly. I don't go around cursing out men. Um, I always talk about God everywhere I am to the point like people don't want to hear that. Nobody want to hear that. So when I found this clubhouse back in January when I just started using it, I couldn't believe that there was so many people on here that would like to talk about these things like I would, because nobody want to talk about that. Now I found you, everyone on here that is sit around, you talk about God. If you can't talk about God and you talk about all these other things all day, I believe there's no conversation if God ain't in it. So I was so shocked even to find a place like Clubhouse. But that's what I think that's doing good, that I do good. I donate clothes, shoes, you know, I give the charity. Like I do those things. That's what I am. And that's what I do. That's why I believe I'm doing good.
Salakia, sister, those are good. I can find some of those actions you took when it comes to the scriptures of a person with good traits, but mostly you're missing the congregational things and the celebratory things when it comes to the Most High God. What really makes a person good, man or woman, is keeping the laws of the Most High God. Right? That goes into Ecclesiastes 12 and 13, right? And being good is also submitting to your man or husband, right? Because that's part of the laws of God when you go to Genesis 3:16. So and a lot of the issues when it comes to our women, um, in regards of choosing a man, going back to what Chief said, Chief Ephraim, is that y'all don't really congregate with congregations, especially when you come into this truth and brothers are speaking the truth about the Bible. They're not like lying like a lot of Christian pastors with pork on their lips and your rent in their pocket. You know what I'm saying? When you come to the truth of the Bible, you come across true men of the Lord. It's very important that you start to congregate and choose amongst those men, and then you definitely will have a man that is righteous enough to build you up in the spirit and make you a better woman. But in regards of being good, right? I want to say that anybody's completely good unless they could tell me, they celebrated the Lord's Passover or they keeping a Sabbath and they starting to keep the laws of God. Because once you start doing those things, that's when your world starts changing. That's when things start manifesting for you. Um, I just wanted to convey that message to you, sister.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. That's why I like somebody to teach me those things. That's what I was looking for. And instead of saying like, like something like bad, like I need someone to direct me, see how you just told me like what I'm supposed to do. That's what I need to know instead of, the opposite, what I'm not supposed to be doing if I'm not doing those things. But like I just came into the truth. I am keeping the laws. I don't eat any these shellfish and the things that's unclean. I don't eat any pork. I wear these dresses to a point people are like, why are you looking like that? Like that. My hair is natural. Um, I do Sabbath and I would like to learn all, what's how you say, all the holy days and feast of God because I don't know them. I look up online to see, but I do know what the Sabbath is. And I want to remove the beast system out of my mind because, like I said, I know by heart what day Christmas is. I know by heart what day Thanksgiving is. I know what day by heart Valentine's Day is. I know all those holidays in my head. I want to get that out of my head and put the Lord holidays in it. So I would like to give my all to God. And I don't, like I said, I don't have any husband. I don't have sex, and I ain't have sex in years. So would like to submit to God.
Can I say something, guys?
Yeah, 1 second. Sister Gail, we'll be right with you. I know you on stage, you left, probably have some things to do, but just hang on tight. I'm coming right to you so you can add to the bill. And Sister Carlene, I'll get right back to you because I saw you on mute. But go ahead, Sister Law, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Um, I just have a statement for Sister Judah, Princess. Um, if you are reading your Bible, then everything that the kings are saying you will read. The holy high days are in there. Sabbath, the way you love yourself and the Most High, which is following the commandments. All of that is in the Bible. You may want to start with Torah. But I have a question for Chief. So this is because I like being completely transparent. I heard you yelled, "Oh, thanks for roadside assistance." So I have a question for you. So I have to be at work at 2 o'clock in the morning. Um, and when I go to work, when I go out to my vehicle, for some reason I don't know the reason, my tire is low on my truck. And so I have to air it up and I have to spend maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I had to buy one of those, mobile, like you plug into your lighter air things. So I do that because I've got AAA. If I have a flat tire, I will, of course, call them to fix my flat tire. Um, at one point, I can fix a tire on a car, just not my truck. It's too big. So I bought new tires, but I'm still having an issue. I'm kind of afraid to go to car places because what I found is that I'm getting ripped off. I'm in a state by myself. I have no friends, no family because I'm from St. Louis. I moved to Texas all by myself. So in that state, when I say I need a man, this is why I wanted a husband, and this is how I found the error of my ways by reading the Bible. I truly agree with every single word that Sister Alex said. What do you recommend for that? Does Triple A come every day? Should I call him, or would that be a good reason for my husband to help me out?
Well, I believe I got the gist of it. I'm doing a lot of cleaning right now, but yeah, I mean, well, I say shout out to the roadside assistance because I paid $2 extra and I got it on all my vehicles. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of cool. Even the pull up boy van, it was $2 extra on my insurance. So yeah, personally myself, um, I got roadside assistance. I'm not fixing my tire, and I'm a New Yorker. I just learned how to fix a tire, but I'm not fixing my own goddamn tire. I'm having them come. You know what I'm saying? Told my joint is free to the nearest tire shop, and I'm gonna give me a used or a new tire. In your case, I understand the situation, but I would be of no assistance in that situation. Exactly, to guide you and go with you, get up 2 in the morning and meet you. But at the same time, I'm not. I don't know about cars. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. That's not my cup of tea. So, I know I got a couple of mechanics that I know in the camp. They know, that's their office. That's not my office. You hear my office? I'm trying to make this my office in the background. You hear all them damn dogs? So they're over here battling and fighting. That's the office I'm trying to create for myself. But I understand what you're saying, and like you said, you got to be transparent. You know what I mean? So through every circumstance is different. Everything is different, but do you need a man to fix your tire if you can afford to get some roadside assistance? Now,
I have triple A. It's not that my tire needs fixing. I don't know what's wrong with it. I just have to air it up every morning at 2 o'clock. So if I rolled over and told my husband, baby, could you do this for me? It's maybe he'll want to do it, but that's here and there because I am with the camp, and I have spoken to my sisters to see if one of their lords will help me because again I just don't know where to get tires from. I don't want to be like ripped off and stuff like that. So that was my thing. I was just kind of joking around with you to see what you said, but I'm with the camp, and I spoke to my sisters, and their lords are going to help me, or one of the kings of the congregation are going to help me. So I was just
Salakia, sis, if I can help you, are you in a cold climate?
No, I'm in Texas.
All right, because sometimes it's like my Lord happens to be, he owns his own shop in East New York, Brooklyn. And one of the things he told me was sometimes when you first get in the car, it says that your PSI is low because everything is cold. But as you start driving, then the PSI increases because I always
Really?
thought something was wrong with my tires as well. Every time I would get in the car. But I'm in New York, I'm in a cold climate. I
But
don't deal with that so much in the summer, but in the winter, like I'll get in the car and it'll say my PSI is 31. As
but
I
you're
start
right.
driving, it's up to 33 where it
So
belongs.
I don't store it, but so it has been cold when this happens. It doesn't do it when it's hot. So you are correct. And I just automatically figure I just hook that thing on up to it and push it in, and then just get in the car and keep going. But it is cold on the days that this happens.
All right.
well,
Another
it could,
thing he took.
yeah, it could be also because that happened to me a couple times, and I had nails in the inside of the tire. It was you couldn't really see it on the outside, but you might have a nail, and that's the slow leak. You could keep filling it up; they'll stay good for a couple of days, but then it eventually goes down. So you might want to check that out as well. That's usually a case too, especially in the hot climate. So just keep that in mind as well.
All praises to you,
And,
brother.
and I want to say shout out to East New York right quick, right? Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Khan, real quick, just to add to Sister Law's point. I know you said it as a joke to Chief, but yes, usually when you reach out to certain brothers, like you not being married, reach out to certain brothers in your congregation, and this is one of the benefits of that, right? Some of the brothers, like Chief brought out in our camp here in Atlanta, we got mechanics here, right? So if I had an issue with my car, I can reach out to the brothers and they'll be able to help me because that's not my profession, right? A man doesn't necessarily know every single thing, right?
So whatever, and that's where the whole brotherhood and sisterhood and nation building is all about. Wherever I lack and the brother is good at it, I can reach out to that brother and he may be able to help me, and I obviously take care of him for his time.
Same thing with me. There might be some
Things that I'm good at. That certain brothers will reach out and say, "Hey, brother Ari, could you do this flyer real quick, or could you do this real quick, or could you help me with this real quick?" Right? Because that's my office, and I'm good at doing that. Right? I would do that gladly with no problem. Right? Because I understand that it's part of showing love to my people. So yeah, like you reach out to the congregation, one of the brothers shouldn't have an issue, coming and help you. You don't have to be their husband, right? Because if I was in the area and I could do that for you, I'll definitely do it. Because what? You're my sister, right? You're a woman of my nation, right? So that's part of us showing love to each other, and making sure yeah. So that's all it is.
And Kings, I only brought up the part about me and a husband is because remember, I had a husband for 30 years. But remember, I also said I was one of those loudmouth, stubborn women that if I would have done what Miss Alex said at her conversation, which was focus on myself back then and quit focusing on him and the outside world, I may still have my husband. So that's why I brought up all the things that now I have to live with dealing without because of a way that I was before. If I would have known then what I know now, I probably wouldn't be on this platform. I would probably have been in the truth. I would have probably been living a righteous, God fearing life, and everything would have been okay. But I took some, wrong turns. I understand the error of my ways now, and now I'm doing better. But now I don't have my husband.
So like, yeah, let me show you the stuff we deal with behind the scenes. And I'm looking for this spirit in the audience. I don't see this spirit no more. But I'm gonna just send you. I'm gonna read something that I got in my back channel, and I'm gonna put this spirit on blast too. It's called Lady Barb, right? She put that's her name, Lady Barb. So it's either Barbara or she thinks she's a Barbie. I don't know. So she puts where that scripture at? Question mark. You sounding like Colossians 2:8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ. I said, what scripture is what? I don't even know what she's talking about. And then I said, what scripture is what? And you sound single and miserable, but I don't know. I can't tell, but that's the way you sound. You know what I'm saying? You want to say that I'm kicking vain deceit and philosophies and doctrines of men, not after Christ. If you're on here, because I can't see your unless you change your profile. If you're on here, please come up and let me know. Or you can tell me in the back chat. Let me know what did I say that's not scriptorial. Please, Baba Kushaw. You know what I'm saying? Because I like to quote stuff when I'm talking, especially I'm cleaning up dog shit and piss twice now. All right, so I'm dealing with a lot right now. So just please let me know so I can lead you and direct you to the scripture on whatever I said. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Um,
And that's the type of shit we're dealing with, though.
Con. Yeah, you can come up stage, just again, just stay in order and we can definitely deal with you if you have an issue with what's being brought out. All right. But let's go to Sister Gail. Sister Gail, thanks for your patience. We really appreciate it. You see the topic, and you're hearing the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? And Shalom.
Shalom. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, but you're pretty low.
Hold on. My phone's on.
Yeah, yeah, you're pretty low.
Now?
Go ahead, speak. Now you're going in and out. If you're using a Bluetooth, drop off the Bluetooth because for some reason it doesn't work that great with this app. Try using it without your Bluetooth.
Okay, can you hear
Also,
me
if it's
now?
still doing the same thing, just drop out and come back in and see if it makes a difference.
Okay. I do that.
All right, just a quick reset. This is your kosher breakfast, hot off the skillet. This is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of House of Israel congregation. Today's topic is feminism black culture, right? Hashtag Big Mama, right? We understand that this is more of an open platform. People can come and add to the build. Um, just again, just come in order. Throughout is for the sisters that are on the platform, okay, that are coming out to speak. We really appreciate you guys being up here. And let's please not take things personal, right? Let's try not to, right? This is about us, fixing the errors of our ways, right? Now we've come to this understanding. We know to do better, right?
Okay,
So,
can you hear me now?
yep, I hear you. To go ahead. The floor is yours.
Got to be my phone.
Yeah, it's breaking out a little bit, sis. Hey, sis, are you using a Bluetooth? Oh, she probably can't even speak. Go ahead, Elder.
So, I was saying that Sister Natasha, if she mentioned Portchester, I was just curious earlier. But Sister La LA, I mean, she said something heavy. I mean, unfortunately, it took that time, sis, for you to acknowledge your mistakes, but you did acknowledge them. And at the end of the day, that's what the Most High wants us to do. That's what Psalm 51 talks about. David said he acknowledged his sins and he acknowledged his mistakes, and that made him a better person. I mean, so this is what we got to do. We got to acknowledge our sins and the mistakes that we made in the past so that we don't make them same mistakes. You know the whole saying, if you don't know history, then you're doomed to you don't know history, you're doomed to make the same mistake. You're doomed to do the same thing. So, and the history of ourselves too, and why we made these errors is very important. So, being the fact that you acknowledge why you made these mistakes and the things you happen, that's only gonna make you a better person now. Because a lot of time, and that's the thing, we love our sisters, man, and we're here for our sisters, but I know the sister asked earlier, we don't say positive things. We do. We do got positive things, but it just seems like a lot of our sisters don't want to acknowledge where they made, where their mistakes was. You know what I mean? And the things they did. That's why the scriptures tell you in Proverbs 30 and 20, I believe it says that she wipes her lips and says she has done nothing. So that's not a righteous woman that don't acknowledge her sins. But, it's hard to do. You know what I mean? And a lot of our sisters is emotional. That's not talking down to them, but we know that they deal with emotions, and it's hard for them to acknowledge their sins. But you got to, just like we men, we got to acknowledge our sins and take accountable for our actions. It's the same thing that y'all got to do, and then we can grow as a nation. And we got to do that. So don't look at it like we always bashing the women. That's not true. We talk about the men too, but we're trying to grow as a nation. You see? And this is what we got to do. We got to take the good and the bad. You know what I mean? Scriptures tell you in Revelations, he told them, it was going to be bitter when he first took them scriptures and learned about it. It was going to be bitter, job, but then it became like honey after he went through all the trials and what got the scriptures and got the understanding, and then it became like honey to him. You see, and that's what we got to do. We got to take the bitter with the sweet. Yeah.
Con.
Yeah, Khan, Thwadawa, elder for those words. Yeah, we are not all in the same place when it comes to this walk. But your mindset again is going back to what me and Chief are bringing out with your way of thinking, right? You should be coming in this 100% on your end of the bargain, right? I remember when I learned certain things as I moved on, I applied them, right? That was like my focus was, okay, I got to keep applying this. I got to keep doing this because I understand I play a role in our nation, right? If I fall off from doing this, right, guess what's going to happen? That would be lacking on that end. So that's how we got to look at it. Like, okay, it's all about us. This is not just an individual thing. You got to get out of that saying that what you do, you do, you do, right? This is more of a nation thing, right? And feminism is not that way. It's tilted to one side, right? It's tilted to the women, and that's it, right? And that's what the topic is about. That's why we homing on that. It's just because this is the topic of the room. It's not to say that we can't speak on the other side of things, spectrum of things, and we have touched on that. But the topic of the room today is feminism black culture, right? Is it our culture? If you think it is, and you think it has done good for our people, please raise your hands and come up to the stage and let's discuss about it, right? Let's have this conversation. All right. And again, water for everybody for your input. This is great conversation, great build. Now it's more of a popcorn style until we get more people to the stage to add to the conversation. But with that, I'm going to yield back to the stage. Hey, Shalom TV. Dog, what's going on?
Shalom, shalom, Yahweh Shem Shai Barakatah.
Yeah,
Hey, Shalom, congratulations on the new edition, King.
yeah, congratulations, man. All praises.
Actually, man, we all got a new edition. You know what I'm saying? So, praise be to the Most High, man. We got another princess, another king. Another king is born, righteous brother. He gonna be the head of my daughter in the future. But to get on this topic though, I don't want to waste no time. If we was just talking about being a simple-minded nigga, feminism is a black culture. Being in America, only way that is a culture now is because it could take away from the real role of a woman, and then actually men become in a feminine culture. And it destroys a masculine men. Men rather be women with emotion and feelings instead of being a king. But that was all a plot, and that's just how the enemy did crafty counsel. He studied you to a T, and he doesn't want to teach you or train you to be a mighty man or a woman to be a virtuous woman. You got to think, if I'm a lawless enemy, why would I want women to be virtuous women? Why would I want women to be submissive? We won't have control of our over another nation women if we allowing them to be submissive, allowing them to be virtuous. Man, hell no. We want they women to be hoes, bitches, thoughts, headaches. We want them to have control over the men. First Ezra chapter 4, verse 22 to 27. We want the women to have dominion over men. We want men to go out their wits for a woman. Shoot, it's going to go even crazy. We're going to have men going out their wits for another man. But we're going to do it in a gay way. You know what I'm saying? That feminism, this culture was to destroy us. You know, being in America, being in Jamaica, being in China, being in wherever the so-called black, the Latinos and the natives and whoever fit the curses of the Bible, wherever you at, Feminism is of what the enemy portrayed and put in you. You don't really see feminism in the scriptures, but a woman is naturally feminine. She's naturally a nourisher in her household. Women nowadays, women are not that nourishment. They're a damn headache, you know. And I understand. Oh man, they're getting on the men. Women have a mighty role, but if we all tap in to who we are spiritually and what the Most High want us to do, instead of obeying what man want us to be, we will all play our role perfectly. You know what I'm saying? Women are actually strong. You know what I'm saying? Women are actually strong and they play a very strong position. But a worldly woman is not playing a strong role. You know, she just going along with society. She's playing the game called Monopoly. You know what I'm saying? That everybody has their role in this wicked ass kingdom. But dealing with the Most High, a man has to be submissive to Yahweh Shemashiko Shai. A woman has to be submissive under the banner of her head. And a lot of because of what the world is portraying, women ain't moving in that way. So feminism in the black culture of today, without the truth, without the Bible, yes, it does exist. But if you actually put the Bible in your life, feminism wouldn't even be here. Men wouldn't even want to be feminine. You know what I'm saying? We would actually be who we is, and everybody would love their position. So I am my case.
Khan, Thuado, Adar for that, man. We appreciate your input. All praises to the Most High. All right. Yeah, if you can, stay on stage. We appreciate you adding to the topic and the conversation, man. This is a great topic, Israel. Great points are being brought out. All right. Again, this is something that we're going to have to do as a nation together. This is not a one-side thing. The only reason why we're talking on this end is because that's what the topic of the room is. We do have rooms that address the men also, to keep that balance. We understand that we need that balance. All right. We can't keep talking about just one side and that's it. All right. We, as a nation, men and women, we bring value, right? Whether it's in the relationship, right? As long as that we're in the line of our roles according to the scriptures, right? We are bringing value to the relationship. All right. Value is based on what the Most High says it is, right? Which is keeping his law, statutes, and commandments, living a righteous life, right? Loving your own people, loving your God, your power. All right. That's value, right? And the actions of that love is certain things, are deeds and works, are things that you're doing, right? Whether it's with your nation or whether it's to your God. All right. So let's just keep that in mind. This is not a one side thing. This is not a percentage thing. All right. We got to get out of that way of thinking because that's a Western way of looking at this whole thing. All right. We never did that. When you read in the scriptures, we never did that as a nation, right? At least our foremothers and forefathers that were living righteously, right? That was not how they thought. Now, the wicked ones of our people that follow the customs of the heathen, right? That's what they adhere to. And that was that. And again, it falls back to this times that we're living in. And that's why some of our people, even some of our people that say they're in the truth, right, still follow certain philosophies and ways of this kingdom. And again, we understand you're not going to get rid of that right away. That comes with time, right? But as the elder said earlier, you have to take accountability. That's where it starts from. For your own self, not blaming anybody else. I had to take an accountability for myself and the role that I played, in the destruction of my nation, right? That's where it starts from. Then once you get past that stage, then you can start building with your nation, right? But just a quick reset. This is the Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of the House of Israel congregation. Today's topic is feminism, black culture. Is feminism, black culture, hashtag Big Mama. Hey, listen, click on the greenhouse, follow the room. That way, when we set up rooms like this again, you get the notification. Also, follow the moderators on the stage. Also, when they get in the rooms and speak, you get the notification. Also, follow each other. All right, and throughout it for everybody adding to the build and the conversation. I appreciate you sisters that came up on the stage. It takes a level of braveness to come up to the stage. To be honest with you, and just listening and adhering and trying to learn and trying to get better. Right, we all trying to get better in this thing. Throughout for the brothers also that came up to add to the conversation. We really appreciate you guys. Again, if you have anything to add to the topic, please raise your hands, come up to the stage. Today, we might be closing the room a little bit early. I do have some things to do, and I know Shah Parsay is going to be tied up, and I see he already left the stage. But come up to the stage as soon as you can so you can add to the build and continue with the conversation. With that, I yield to the stage.
Shalakia. I want to go into the scriptures and show where the feminist movement was blocked by the other nations, damn it. We just came out of Purim, right? We just came out of the feast day of Purim. Our sister Queen Esther and our beloved brother Mordecai, they put in work on them Persians. Very, very crafty, Jacob-like. If I can get a reader, that'd be great. Let's go to First Esther, Esther chapter 1. We can start.
Hey, Salakia, real quick, Chief. Adar, can you hold it down? I got to do something real quick for the reading and for the mod, if you don't mind. Actually, I got to mod you, Salakia. But go ahead, Chief Salakia.
You said Esther what?
We can start at Esther 1 and 10, Baba Kushar.
I got you. You ready?
Come.
Esther chapter 1, verse 10. On the seventh day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, he commanded Meth-Human and Bestha and Harmana and Bigtha and Abatha and Zathra and Carcass and seven chamberlains that served in the presence of Azarias, the king. Salaki, if I said his name wrong, I'm sorry.
Good.
You want me to keep going?
Now, hold on real quick. That's what we're reading here. You see, the king is feeling merry. He's feeling good. He sent his people. He sent his people that's under him to go handle some business. He's going to show you what he sent them to do. Go ahead.
To bring Vashtis, the queen, before the king with the crown royal, to show the people and the prince her beauty, for she was fair to look on.
So now the king feeling good, man. He feeling nice. He want to show off his prize, man. He like, yo, man, I'm feeling good. Let me show my wife. Let me show my queen off. I want everybody to see her beauty, man. Look at my pretty thing, man. Look at my PYT, damn it. All right.
But the queen Vashti refused to come at the king's commandment by his chamberlains. Therefore was the king very wroth, and his anger burned in him.
So now she like, nah, hold up. Nah, I'm not going out there. I don't care what that nigga say. Yeah, he the king, but I'm the queen, damn it. What is it? 70-30, 50-50. All right. That's what they come with. Them fractions that don't add up. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Then the king said to the wise man, which knew the times, for so was the king's manner toward all that knew law and judgment. And the next time unto him was Karshana, Sether, and Admatha, Tarshish, and Mers, and Marsina, and Manukin, the seventh prince of Persia and Media, which saw the king's face, and which sat the first in the kingdom.
Right. So they seen his face. They like, damn, son. Damn, she just played you, bro. You the king. We a bunch of princes from all these, Persia and the Medes. And we like, we sitting at the table like, damn, we thought you had your woman in check, son. You know what I'm saying? She kind of out of order right now, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is how you rule this kingdom? Holy smokes. What you gonna do about it, bro? Go ahead.
Verse 15, and it reads, wait, hold on 1 second. And it reads, what shall we do unto the queen Vashti, according to the law? Because she hath performed the commandment of the king, Azarias, by the chamberlains. Verse 16, and Meukin answer before the king and the prince Vashti the queen have not done wrong to the king only, but also to all the prince, to all the people that are in the providence of the king Azarias.
Right, so now they like, it ain't even to the king. That was kind of disrespectful, man. You know what I'm saying? It's happening to all of us. All right. She didn't come out. She's supposed to come out, period. We you know, this is a gathering, you know. Go ahead.
Verse 17, for this deed of the queen shall come abroad unto all women, so that
Wait,
they
wait, wait.
shall.
Read that one more time. Pay attention now, y'all. Pay attention. This is when the feminist movement got stopped by the king of Persia. Go ahead.
Verse 17, for this deed of the queen shall come abroad unto all women, so that they shall despise their husbands in their eyes. When it shall be
Right,
reported,
right. So we gotta break that down slow now. So this is gonna start a domino effect. Now all the women gonna be like, well, they could if the king got a son by his woman, then all the women gonna follow. You see, because they gonna follow the queen. They like, well, she ain't taking no shit from him. She ain't listening to him. So we gonna do the same thing. They gonna follow in the lead. So it's gonna mess up a lot of households now. You see what I'm saying? The women are gonna be out of order because of one individual that's in power. Okay, go ahead.
I must say it again, for this deed of the queen shall abroad unto all women, so that they shall despise their husbands in their eyes. When it shall be reported the king Azarias commanded Vashti the queen to be brought in before him, but she came not.
That rebellious spirit, man. That rebellious spirit. They tried it on the king of Persia, but let's see what the king of Persia did now.
Likewise shall the ladies of Persia and Media say this day unto all the king's prince, which have heard of the deed of the queen. Thus shall there arise too much contempt and wrath.
Right, it's gonna bring too much confusion, man. It's gonna bring confusion in the households like there is today. All right, go ahead.
Verse 19, it say, if it please the king, let there go a royal commandment from him, and let it be written among the laws of the
Somebody
Persians.
got some noise in the back.
I got you. Hold on. Verse 19 says, if it please the king, let there go a royal commandment from him, and let it be written among the laws of the Persians and Medes, that it be not altered, that Vashti come no more before King Azarias, and let the king give her royal estate unto another that is better than she.
Right, you see, hold on now. To the left, to the left. Everything you need in the box to the left. You see what I'm saying? So, mind you now, this is the king. There's no denying him. You see what I'm saying? But the queen decided to deny him. So now he gonna cancel her like Nino Brown did. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say the rest of the words, but y'all seen the damn movie. If y'all haven't, y'all probably too young. But New Jack City, when he said cancel that female dog, that's what happened. All right. So understand through that rebelliousness, the king he started a decree now. He about to start a decree in all of Persia and the Medes, so they won't be this damn independent feminism movement throughout Persia. All right, go ahead.
Verse 20, and it reads, And when the king's decree which he shall make shall be published throughout all his empire, for it is great, all the wives shall give to their husbands honor, both to great and small.
You see that? So whether the man is getting got a 6-figure job or whether he's working at McDonald's, you ain't gonna disrespect that man. All right. It don't matter where that man is at, whether great or small. You no matter what's his rank on this earth, you gonna respect that man. We ain't gonna have this bullshit going on over here. We ain't doing that American shit over here. All right. The Persians like, nah. That ain't happening. Cancel her and bring me another one. Just like that. And that's what I said, what I told you on the scripture. The scriptures say, 7 women shall take hold of that one man. That's going to be a righteous man. Because that only a righteous man can take away a woman's sin. You know what I'm saying? Lead her into the kingdom. So understand this, that whatever you don't do, there will be 7 more women that will do. All right? So, yeah, that's where feminism got canceled.
I could finish. I could finish the last 2 verses, King.
Come.
Verse 21, and it saying, in the saying pleased the king and the prince, and the king did according to the word of Mukin. For he sent letters into all the king's providence, into every providence according the writing thereof, into every people after their language, that every man should bear rule in his own house, and that it should be published according to the language of every people.
Right. You see, the king of Persia was on point. He wasn't having this bullshit going on. The man was like, nah. That ain't happening. Every man in this household gonna be able to rule. They ain't gonna buck up. If they buck up, it's against the law. You see what I'm saying? They're not supposed to buck up. And the man, he just wanted to show off her beauty, man. He wanted everybody to see that fine thing he had around his arm, man. And she said, no, I don't want to come out there, nigga. No, I ain't going to the party, nigga. You see what I'm saying? Very disrespectful. So he canceled her and send a decree, man. Send a decree out to all the land for all the husbands to make sure they in a position. They in a position of what? Of leadership. You ain't gonna be led by no damn woman, man. But that doesn't mean a woman don't play a vital part, a vital role in the marriage. A woman's job is very necessary. Only a few men, it is very rare. Only a few men can live within the scriptures that lived without a woman, a righteous woman behind them. You understand? Only a few. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you got the eunuchs, but they can't do nothing with a woman. But you got Paul, you got Yahushua, you know, but it's very rare. Those are different types of men. You know what I'm saying? So get right or get left. Your box is you're gonna be the opposite of Beyonce. You're gonna be Jay-Z singing the song. Ain't gonna be Beyonce no more. To the left. All right? Get in order, man. Get in order, men, women, and children. And if you got the damn dogs, get the dogs in order too. Everybody got to play their role in their position. If your dog don't bark outside, bring that nigga somewhere, give him to somebody else, because that dog need to bark. That dog don't warn you from nothing. That dog ain't no good. What the hell you got that dog out in the backyard for? That dog ain't playing his position. Cancel that dog and buy a dog from me, damn it. You know what I'm saying? And I yield.
He from trying to sell his dog, boy. He tired of cleaning up that mess, man. But yeah, you know what I mean? He from brought out a lot of points, man. But you know, we here for our people, man, and we warning our sisters. TD, a dog. Can you get me Isaiah 32:9 real quick? One of the oldies but goodies in Israel, man. We out here to warn, and that don't mean that we don't love our sisters. But when you warn somebody, that means love. The scriptures say that you must warn the people so that the blood goes off your head. Blow the trumpet. And this is what we doing. We warn our sisters and we warn our men, man. But the Most High say something here in Isaiah 32:9. He says something. Read.
Isaiah chapter 32, verse 9, and it reads, Rise up, ye women rise up, ye women that are at ease.
Rise up, you women that are at ease now. You know what I mean? Because they thought they was at ease through the feminist movement. They came in there and told you about getting a job and all of this and all of that. Angela Davis is a product of one of the feminist movement. She was with the Panthers for a while, but then the feminist movement came in. And what is she now? A lesbian. That's another thing that the feminist movement brought in. The lesbianism on a big level. Read on.
Hear my voice, ye careless daughters. Give ear unto my speech.
Give ears to the Most High's speech, and now we're giving speech. The Most High is using us, the men, to give our women the speech. Read on.
Salaki, verse 10. Many days and years shall ye be troubled.
See, now that's cut. Well, now that's cutting off now. Because our women thought they had that college degree and they can go anywhere. But now you have a college degree, but you're still forced to take a vaccine shot. Even if it's against what you believe, or you're going to lose your job in a lot of cases. See, so things is being cut off now. Okay, read on.
Many days and years shall ye be troubled, ye careless women.
You what?
Ye careless women.
Because our women is careless a lot of time. Not all of them. Not all of them. We love our sisters that's here, that's coming into the truth and got our backs to the spirit of the Most High. That shows that there's hope. This is why we also do it, because we see the hope. We see the hope in our sisters that have went astray certain things, that have did certain things, and have came back. Sisters that admit they was lesbians in the world, and now they got a man and a husband, man. That's hope. That's hope right there. You see what I'm saying? That's what we do this for. That hope that we know that our family is coming back. And also the fear of the Most High. Read on.
For the vintage shall fail, the gathering shall not come.
The jobs and all of that's going to be cut off. You ain't going to have no way but to come back. To a righteous man, like Ephraim said. Men of the Lord. That's why the scriptures tell you that about the 4 women. You know what I mean? And about the 7 women, I should say, in Isaiah 4. Because a lot of things going to be cut off. And what that is, women going to need protection and righteousness. And a man of the Lord that fears the Lord, as the angels around to protect them and protect you. A righteous man. Because that's what it boils down to. I don't care what type of degree you got. I don't care. It's going to come down to protection, man, in these last days. That's what it's going to be. It always been like that. Like the lion in the jungle. The lioness, she going to look for the strongest lion to protect her territory. That's what she going to look for. That strong lion that can protect her territory. And what's the protection coming from? A man of the Lord. It's not just talking about a strong man that can handle his business in the streets. It's talking about a man of the Lord that got that wisdom and knowledge. That's where that protection comes, because he's protected by the angels. And that protection comes over to you. And then you become protected by the angels when you're under the umbrella of the Most High the right way. And that's what we're going to need in these last days. With that, I yield the floor.
Khan, Manatazak, Shalom, welcome to the stage, King. Yahabashim Yashabrakatah. You see the topic, you hear the conversation, what you got to add to the bill, King?
Yahabashim Yashabrakatah. Peace to you, brother. Peace to the elders on the panel. Chief brought out something, brought out that story in Esther, and it reminded me of this other story where Yahweh Shah himself had to cut down that spirit of the feminism starting to creep in at Luke chapter 11 and 27. Now I'll read it real quick, because it's a real quick read. And it says, "And it came to pass, as he spake these things, a certain woman of the company lifted up her voice and said unto him, Blessed is the womb that bare thee, and the paps, and so like in the past which thou hast sucked." So here it is. She's trying to give all praise, honor, and glory to the woman that birthed Yahweh Shai, and a little, a little bias there, a little womanizing creeping up, a little feminism creeping up. But watch how Yahweh Shai handled this. He was very slick. He was very cagey in how he handled things, but he was very firm. He was a Joe Cortez, fair but firm. He said this, yea, Salaka, he said, but he said, yea, verse 28, but he said, yea, rather, blessed are they that hear the word of Yahweh and keep it. So he shut that thing down, that whole trying to praise a woman for having children, which is, another branch of feminism, how they and we don't, let me just say this, we don't minimize the strength that a woman has to bear children. We understand that we can't do it. We understand that. But when it gets to a point of feminism, when it gets to a radical position, well, then we have to cut that down. And again, Yahweh Shai answered her correctly, fair but firm. Yea, rather, blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it. That's who's blessed. But I just want to tell our women that's listening, and that's been here. I've been here for maybe an hour or so, and I've seen some of the women that are still here and still listening. I just want all of you women to know, men of the Lord need you. We need you so that we can build a strong nation. A lot of you women have great jobs, and you're behind enemy lines. You're right in those offices, right where Esau is, right behind enemy lines. When we need you to build a strong nation. And don't ever think that the work that you do and the things that you do, for us men that go out there and battle real demons on the street, getting threatened by real demons on the street, don't ever think that your work is done in vain. Any one of these brothers can tell you that teach out there. You come back in from teaching, it's like you done ran a marathon. I know that's how it is for me. It feels like I've run a marathon, because you have to deal and fight off so many thoughts, and you have to fight demons and things that people say, and the people walking by giving you mean looks. These gothic Edomites walking by in all black trying to cast spells. It's not a game out there on those streets. So we do appreciate the women that are in order. We do appreciate you, and we love you, and we encourage you to continue to be that woman, those daughters of Zion that the Bible speaks about. Now you with them.
We definitely need our sisters. They play their role, and we definitely need them. All praises.
Con.
Even in the civil rights movement, the sisters played a role. You see what I'm saying? When the men refused to get on those buses and walk, it was the women that made the food for them. You see what I'm saying? Made the sandwiches for them and all of that. Kept them going, man. On that level too. You know what I mean? And they joined up with him, but it definitely was that woman that helped. So the Most High said that they was going to be the helpmate, and that's why it was so important for the feminist movement to come in, and that's why J. Edgar Hoover said that Angela Davis was one of them that they really feared, because she had the women at the time, and the women was following her, and they was joining the Black Panther movement, and that's why he targeted her. But she became a lesbian. That's what she became through that feminist movement. And a lot of our women, Queen Latifah, a lot of them, that was feminine movements back then. With Queen Latifah talking about ladies first, ladies first. No, but that's her spirit trying to overthrow the man. And what she became part of that LGBT community. So we definitely got to watch the roles that the feminist movement have played, because remember, the feminist movement, their agenda is not to help black people. Their agenda was to cause a dysfunction in the household. It ain't about to. This is the white woman. The white woman clearly understands that as long as her man is in power, she's in power. So she brought that feminist movement to destroy you from your man and keep your man from coming into power. But it ain't going to work. Most High said it ain't gonna work. As is in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. With that, I yield.
Khan, all praises. Sister Natisha, you had something else to say?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, just thank you to the Kings, for bringing out the understanding and the knowledge. Um, it's it's a lot of stuff that we need to reconnect to. But like you said, like a lot of sisters are not in a humbling spirit. Like to them, like that's a horrible position to be in. It's like you weak and you lowly. But actually, if you can humble yourself, it actually makes you stronger. But they don't look at it that way. So I just want to say thank y'all for giving me the opportunity of to speak. As you said, it is. I was nervous to come up here, but you know, I just appreciate the opportunity. So I will be going into my Bible a little bit more because I'm new to the knowledge. As the way that y'all give it. I was involved with a Hebrew brother before, but he didn't bring out the knowledge like you guys did. So that's why we're not together anymore. Because he was one of those that manipulated the spirit, and so I'm actually in the process of connecting with a school that's near me because I'm in Fairfield, North Carolina. Like it's not a lot of places down here for us to go to the school. And so it's in my spirit to congregate with other sisters who are like-minded like me, because I'm like La, I don't have any family or anything down here where I am. It's just me and my son for the most part. So, gathering together, with true people that's walking, following the Most High is the only way that, it's going to help us as a nation to build, because you can't be trying to do, the things that we are supposed to do, follow the laws and the commandments, if you're still messing with people that's of the world, because, they're going to, try to talk to you in a way that you feel like as a sister, like you're being, you're doing something wrong. I started wearing dresses and all I get is, what's wrong with you? Why so it's just like I don't like drama, so I try to cut away from the drama. So if I got to cut people off, so I can stay on my path and on this walk, I most definitely do. I have no problem with it. So I will say this, that before I got into the truth, I will acknowledge that the brothers that I was with, I would not have been with if I had this truth, that understanding. So that's all praises to the Most High, because He's opened my eyes. Like I used to smoke cigarettes, but the Most High took that from me a couple months ago. All praises. So it's a lot of I guess a re-education, so to speak, but you have to have the mind to be open for the re-education. And it's some of us sisters out there that are, and we battling against the sisters that are not, because like you know they so lost and caught up in the world that they think that what we're doing is wrong, and when we try to correct them on it, it's a problem. I was always told that a sister would get like a better understanding if it came from another sister, but now that I'm over 40, I understand that that's not even the case. I could talk to a sister till I'm blue in the face, but if she's not willing and open and connected to the Most High in some way, it's still not going to connect to her. So if it's coming from the kings or if it's coming from the princesses, I understand that. A little bit of my understanding is that 2/3 is going to be lost. So, like a lot of times, I just chuck it up that they're part of the 2/3 because like even common sense doesn't make sense. And so, as far as the feminist movement, like I know some sisters that walk around with itty bitty shorts on and half of bras in the summertime. As soon as it get hot, they can't wait to get naked. And if you say something to them about how they dress, and it's like, like mind your business. I can do what I want. I'm an independent woman. And then if a man come at them a certain way because of how they dress, then the brother is wrong. But if you putting it out there, I mean, what can I say? Like the guys are going to come. So it's going to be a hard battle, but the ones that relate and feel it in their spirit are the ones that are going to be the ones that come into the schools and the truth and try to get a better understanding. So, so with that, I land my plane.
Some sisters was on the stage. If they want to come back, because I guess they didn't get a chance to speak, and then they went down. If they want to come back, they free to come back. Raise your hand. We make sure you get time to speak again. If you didn't speak, yeah, go ahead, sister. Yeah, go ahead, sister. Wow, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying kind to Sister T.
Uh,
Issue.
Natasha, did you say you was from the Bronx earlier?
Oh no, I'm from Jersey. I'm from Newark. So when I think I said Prince Street because that's when my mom lived on Prince Street, and then my grandmother lived off Chancellor. So, but I also spent a lot of time in New York when I was out in the world. So yeah.
Okay, I thought you had mentioned Portchester for some reason. All right, that's all good. Yeah, so if anybody wanted, Sister Gail, she came back. You came back. You want something else to add? Or she left again. All right, so we're going. Ari, what we doing, Ari?
Yeah, I think Judah just came up to the stage. Hey, Judah, what's going on? You see the topic, you're hearing the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? All right. And after this, like I said, it's more of a popcorn style. I'm gonna do a quick reset after this. But go ahead, Judah.
No, I was up here already. I was just saying I do the same thing like Sister Natisha said. I like the way you guys go about things and the way you address things and you get things solved instead of yelling at people. You actually teach us. You know what I mean? So I actually do like that and allow us to talk and have a say and to reply. So I really like that. And another thing she was saying about the dresses, like I didn't know about the dresses, so I do wear dresses now, but now that like I came into the truth, I can see it. Like you just think it's normal, but sometimes when you see a black woman, like they have their plants on, they just they naturally look sexy. They their booties, their bodies, their curves, they look good. I never really looked at it like that. I was like, wow, we do look different when we put on dress. I just thought to look, but I never thought of it in the eyes of a man. Like, oh, she look good, she got this big old booty, but I just thought it was like normal. But you know what I mean? I don't know what I'm saying, but it's just like I see they're extra sexy when they have on pants and the way they look. I never looked at them in that type of way.
Kind, that's because you're not a man. You know what I'm saying, and you don't know how distracting. So you don't know how distracting it could be for a man, especially a man. That's trying to be righteous. A woman coming through with some tight pants and the way it's hugging her. Especially if she's built the way the daughters of Zion is built, it'd be kind of crazy.
It's very true. They like be extra sexy. Like one time they had a teacher up there. They was like, "Why she dressed like that?" I'm like, "She just got a dress on, but her body is not shaped like a white woman. She's just extra sexy just because."
Yeah, and let me just say this: if you do have a question in regards to the scriptures, or if you lack understanding on a particular matter, sisters, don't feel like you can't ask, right? Because that's why we set up platforms like this. You got teachers on the stage that'll be more than willing and more than able to help you and answer those questions. All right. That's part of why we make these rooms, right? It's not just to bring up the ills of our nation, but also solution, right? And the counsel we seek that from is in the scriptures, right? We go right to the words of the Most High God, and that's where we get the understanding on how we're to govern ourselves, how we're to love each other, and how we're supposed to be as a people, right? So if there's something you lack understanding in, because I've heard a couple of sisters bring that up, the fact of, brothers, bringing out certain things and helping them with their understanding on certain matters. If there's something we're not touching on, we can't read people's mind, just bring it out and we'll answer the question to the best of our ability. All right. So I just want to make sure I put that out there. Also, if you're in the audience and you have an opposing view in regards to the topic, please raise your hands, come up to the stage and you know, uh, bring out your good reasoning. Okay, whatever you think that is better for our community, you think feminism worked in the past, and you think it's going to work in the future. Come up stage and let's build and let's see if we can get some type of understanding. All right. Again, for everybody for your input. This is Crown of Thorns. The topic of today's room is feminism, black culture. Is feminism, black culture, right? Hashtag Big Mama. So with that, I'm gonna yield back to the stage. If anybody else have anything to add on.
All right, come up and state your case. Come up and state your case, man. All right, we want to hear from you. You know what I mean? Because the way we see it, feminism destroyed. I'll say that again. Destroyed the household, and that's what they wanted to do. So Hoover, that's what these think tanks is about. We got to understand they go into think tanks on how they're going to destroy our people. They sit down at the table and come up with plans. That's what the devil do to keep us separated. And feminism was one of it. It was played out by the government to keep us separated. So we definitely say feminism was a no-no and it destroyed our people. But if you want to state your case, come up, state your case.
Khan, Khan. All praises, all praises. Great topic, great input. Yeah, throughout for these sisters for your input. All praises. Definitely a good topic. Most High willing, we might, we'll probably make some more rooms. Um, to touch on all the aspects of topics like this, right? Whether it's more on the male part of things, right? Um, moving forward. All right. If you're in the audience, come on up, raise your hand. If not, we're going to be shutting this room down pretty soon. If you have any questions or anything to bring up, go ahead, Shapa.
Con, I was gonna tell you that like I gotta go make some runs, but you can hold it down, you and Chief, and the brothers can hold it down as y'all want. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make some runs though.
Yeah, I got to take care of some things actually myself, but I'm thinking we're just going to move with the spirit. If I have to drop off, I'll just drop off, or if I can just stay in here and just, but I might not be able to talk for too much more in a minute. But yeah, we'll hold it down as always, brothers. We'll hold it down if we have to keep moving forward. But kind of all praises. Hey, Renegade, welcome to the stage. You see the topic of the room. I don't know how long you've been in the room, but you also hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the build? Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, brother. It's the fact that it's feminism is a foreign concept to our people, and it started in a lot of cases. They had these Edomites that was helping out with I think it was SCLC or the SNCC, and they saw that there weren't no black women in leadership positions, and a movement designed to help black people get their freedom from this oppression in the 60s. So what these two Edomite women did, they started raising a ruckus, and basically what happened after a while, these two Edomite women was basically calling the shots in SNCC, right along with their black female associates. So it's destructive, and it's never been something that was supposed to be for our people's benefit, specifically the sisters or the brothers for that matter. It's always been a tool designed to weaken us and to take us off the righteous path. And it's still going on today. And it's it seems to me it's the black feminists that's the most virulent in their delivery and in their hatred of black men. So in a sense, they are an instrument of white supremacy and thinking that they're not. So that's the dangers of this feminism in our communities, is the fact that it's basically the white man being the puppet master and the black woman feminist that is, being the sole willing pawn of them. And if we could defeat them through the spirit of the most, I think we can make things a lot easier on our people. And that's my opinion. That's my 2 cents, and I yield the floor.
Right, brother. Right. But let me ask you, brother. You older? You like you in your 40s or late 40s or
Early 50s. I'm 53.
okay? Right, right. You made an interesting point, man, because feminism came in a lot of movements, man. You're definitely part of that lesbian movement. You know what I mean? You remember how I don't know if you grew up on rap or whatever, but a lot of brothers grew up on rap, even because rap was from way back, you know. And you remember Queen Latifah? You remember that movement? We thought that them sisters was for us, and they were singing "Ladies First," and they had the so-called pro-black thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you see how they turned out, man.
Yeah,
They turned out on lesbians.
sure did.
You see what I'm saying? So it was there, that agenda was always there. You know, and the feminist movement came to a lot of different angles. We speak about Angela Davis too, and what she turned out to be. You see, so this is very deceptive, man, and it really helped break out the black household, man. It really damaged the black household.
Yeah, it damaged it almost to the point of disrepair, almost to the point of no hope. You know what I'm saying? But we know we got hope in the Most High that He's gonna straighten
Of
this
course,
mess
of
out.
course. And now the lesbian movement is doing what? They the ones that run Black Lives Matter, man.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? And that's we got to really check out what that's really about. That's about them taking over. They
Exactly.
hate black men. They try to front like they don't, but they hate black men. So it's real deceptive the way the devil moves.
Telling you, bro. It's like he it's just like Adam and Eve, really. You know, it's that power move. Eve heard power, and she said, "Oh no, I can get power. I ain't gonna die. Well, sign me up." And this thing been this it first started back in the Garden of Eden. So again, today, or since I've been alive, 53 years, it's like the Adam and Eve strategy all over again. Except this time, it's the white woman instead of the white man that's playing the devil in the garden, and the white woman had the forbidden fruit, and the black woman foolishly took it and relishes in it. They relish in the power that they have over the so-called Negro. They just can't get enough of stepping our face in the mud, you know. And it's like the hatred is real, and the hatred not only for the black men but for the black boys. And that's a whole other ball of wax right there. You got black boys growing up in these toxic female households, and they don't stand a chance. So it's like they're trying to wipe us out from the cradle to the grave.
Khan, all praises. All right, I got an article there, just talking about the different waves of feminism. Also talks about how it was really an agenda pushed by the so-called white women. All right, and how they tried to add us to their plight, their so-called plight, right? And how they try to push it up to our women that it was a good way to go, even during the times towards the end and parts of slavery. So you guys can read that, copy the link, and maybe save it to your notes and read that at a later time. But it just gets a little bit more into the history of it, what it was really founded on, the basis of it. It has absolutely nothing to do with us. We were oppressed together, right? Our foremothers and our forefathers were oppressed together. We're now oppressed separate. All right. We all went through it together as a nation. So for the so-called white women to come and say that our women are being oppressed by our men, that was one of the biggest lies perpetrated by the so-called white people. All right. And some of our sisters bought into it, right? And they thought that was the right way. And obviously we can see the results of it today. Right. But throughout for everybody for your input. This is a great room. Adar, you gonna be here for a minute?
Yeah, I am. I'm just, signing this birth certificate real quick.
Okay, Khan. When you get a second, I'ma yield. For a minute, I gotta take care of some things, but y'all brothers can hold it down. Like I said, we're just moving the spirit, and I'll come in and out every so often. But brother Tovia, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you're hearing the conversation. What do you got to add to the bill, King? And Shalom.
Shalom, family. Yeah, I actually just came into the group and here listening to what you guys were saying and saw the title. My little lunch break here on the plantation. Um, but yeah, it's becoming a feminist movement here within the black community. As a lot of you guys know, I work in law enforcement, and it was like last year. I'm here in Alabama, and I really don't even work patrol, but they were pulling us off the streets because we were having tons of black sisters out here protesting just for anything, And I mean, and a lot of them with the Black Lives Matter organization. And I noticed almost, can't say all of them, the majority of the sisters that were out there were all in that same sex relationship, same sex marriage type of situation. And it's like I see it a lot. I mean, I see a lot of the women trying to remove the man from the picture out of the household. Sometimes I go, like a majority of our calls now that we encounter within domestic violence is female on female. And we're going to these homes and you see young men, young boys in this household with all these women, and the brothers can't control their emotions. I mean, they're just like they're effeminate to a way because they don't have that male figure there. Um, Run into incident like I do missing and exploited children, so I'm always interviewing people. I go into the homes of our people sometimes, and you'll see the female in there, and she get the ranting and raving. You hear her talking to their daughters, and you don't need a man. We don't need a man. When you get old, you don't need a man to support you to do anything. You don't need a man to do this, and that's why we have so many of our young sisters. They go out here, get pregnant, and they feel like they don't need a man. And we have these broken homes. And we have these young brothers who are out here that can't control their emotions, and then of course we got to step in the picture because they don't have that male figure there. And I had a few of the women get into it with me in Black Lives Matter because of my occupation. I mean, unfortunately, this is what I do, and like I said, I do miss and exploited children. Somebody else is going to take care of that. But my question to her was, "Do you know who you are?" And I try to stay on that line so I won't get in trouble at work. But like I asked them, I've gone to several of you guys' protests, but why haven't I seen any of you at any of these abortion clinics that are constantly going up? You claim Black Lives Matter, but majority of our children and our kids are being killed at these abortion clinics. And who's at these abortion clinics? It's us. So Black Lives Matter, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I just kind of wanted to vent on that.
I like to say I agree with you with the Black Lives Matter. I was in their group maybe a couple weeks ago when he was talking about it. I had an article because I saved it, I downloaded it. Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with really Black Lives Matter. It's a feminist group, a transsexual group. Is not nothing to do with us. And as what you were saying, I worked it too. The first time I ever worked it was the Trayvon Martin case. And I'm looking because I didn't know what feminist was at the time. But now I see who they are. I'm like, these is a bunch of different people. I never see people that look like these in my neighborhood. But it show you black people when you see it on TV, but when you actually there, is like these lesbians and these men that's really that turn into women's. It was just pure evil to me. So it's not they portrayed to be something else. So like I said, the media, all that stuff is fake. But when you there in person, you you see something is different. That's why when later on, going down the line years later, that's why I went on a website and said something's going on, something's not right, and I read it and I actually saved it because I said these people is not who they say it is. They feminists, these transgenders. It's an evil movement. You got to just be there in person to see who these people is. They're not regular people that you see walking around.
You're correct. And you go to these protests and these meetings that you have, I can't explain. You can feel that spirit in there. You can feel. I mean, it's thick. You can feel it. It's not the same. And I said majority of the ones that we arrested during these feminist Black Lives Matter protests. The funny thing was there was only 1 or 2% blacks that we arrested. The rest wasn't even. It wasn't even our people that we were arresting that were doing all this crazy stuff during these protests. But the
Exactly.
media portray it that it is us and it's not us. And then a lot of them were transgender men. It was crazy, but they try to
Yes.
push this feminine movement, and it has nothing to do with
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Exactly. Those people is they look black when but when you get there, you be like, who is these people? Like they not regular women like me, and they're men as women, and they're women that's feminine or lesbians, whatever you want to call it. And also when I was there too, I seen a lot of white people, but the white people will be dressed in black. And my supervisor, like, get that person. I'm like, who is this white person? It was just like chaos. You got to be there to know the difference instead of watching it on TV. Like you said, you've been there, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
They throwing
it's
stuff.
different.
There's white people dressed in all black, and all you can do is see their eyes. Like I'm like, who is these people? That's what in my mind. Like, who is these people? And then they start talking to you, and they're not logical when they speaking to you. You know what I'm saying? And like you
Yeah,
said, you can't say much to them because you won't get in trouble.
yeah. And the crazy thing that we started, some of them that we were detaining and getting, you grab them, you think they're Israelite or Hebrew, but they got a mask on. They got masks. They got flesh masks that look like you can't tell it's a man. It look like a regular person until you pull that mask off, and they under that mask they white or they a black man portraying to be a feminist. It's crazy. It's a whole nother story one day, y'all. It's crazy. Some of the stuff I have to see. I didn't mean to get off topic there.
I remember years ago, my father was telling me about how he let my mother go into the workforce for a little while. This is way before I was born. This is like in the probably in the 50s, probably more than likely, or early 60s. So my mother, she was a country girl, and she got around these city girls, and they started talking to her, and then my mother was telling me, telling them how she treated my father, how she cooked for my father, how she kept house and she did everything she was supposed to do, because her mother taught her, raised up that way. So these city girls, they got in my mama's head, and again, this is something my father told me about my mama. And he said these females got my mama head so bad, and that she came home and she was like being openly rebellious against my father because of what these women said, that he was taking advantage of her, he was treating her like a slave, he was dogging her out. I mean, this all kind of foul stuff. So it was like at that point, it's like their relationship had totally transformed because of what these wicked feminist women had put in my mother's head. So I know firsthand the negativity of feminism. It's been going on a lot longer than I gave it credit for. and I've even heard it before. Um, I was just waiting for the bus one day years ago, probably in the '90s, and I heard a young lady talking about how she take care of a man, she love a man, she cook, clean, all the stuff a wife supposed to do for her husband. And this so ignorant behind Eve was telling her that she shouldn't be doing that, and her husband's supposed to cater to her, and it's her way or the highway, all kind of stuff like that. And the good sister was like, but no, no, no. She was saying how much she loved her husband and this, that, and the third. And the evil Eve was like, nah, you're not supposed to love no man. You ain't supposed to treat him good. He ain't worthy of that type of treatment. He's supposed to treat you like you the queen. He's supposed to be the subject. He's supposed to be the slave. I said, God dang, this thing it's such a negative influence that brothers that got wives, man, got to make sure that their co-workers, if they're in the workforce, that is, make sure that they ain't being indoctrinated into that feminist lifestyle. That thing is insidious in how it operates, and I guarantee any woman to talk that type of trash, she probably single herself, or she got a bunch of simps hanging around and doing stuff for her. But it's like the floodgates was open, and this is what we left with: this open rebellion. And it's like another generation
Yeah,
impact.
definitely. Man, my rib, we've been married. It'll be 5 years in April. And when I first met her, she had some roommates. And she's like, hey, come over to my apartment. My roommate's not going to be watching some movies. So she said roommates. So, like, how many roommates you got? She's like, it's two of us. Well, total of three. So I get there, and her roommates, they female, they lovers. So
Oh,
one is one straight stud, whatever you want to call it. The other one, her best friend is the feminine one. And so they've been in this toxic relationship for years. So, my wife finally moved out from where they were, got her own place because she was like it was just too toxic. She was like it was too much jealousy. Like if her friend speaks to a male, the stud gets mad. She talked to a female, the stud gets mad. Sometimes the stud would get mad if she talks to her, and they best friend. They've been best friends forever. So she was like it was easy. She's I just couldn't stand that environment. So she moved out, and the one that's feminine, just started kind of, you know, the man who went to study one asked her to marry her, and so her friend told her, "No, man, I'm not gonna marry you. I don't see myself marrying a woman." So she's like, "What's what you in this relationship for?" And her thing was, she got hurt by men, so she wanted to be with women to experiment with it. But she found out, turns out, me and her talk, we all talking now because she's not in that lifestyle anymore. But she was like, it was just as worse being with a female as it was being with a man. But she got out of the relationship. She actually her friend just got married about 3 months ago to a Benjamite brother. And she like still to this day, she had to block this girl. I had to tell her how to go get protection orders because she was like, the other one, the girl she was in a relationship with won't leave her alone. When she found out that she was dating and courting a man, she's like, man, the girl was keying up her car, coming over our house, egging her house up. It was like a spirit. And so I asked her and said, what made you decide to get out of that relationship? She was like, I couldn't handle. It was like I had to sit back and think about it. She was like, what can she give me that I can't get from I can't get from a man. I'm getting older now. She's like, I'm thinking about children, and she wanted to be married and have a husband, and she was like, that's not a relationship is not what other women make it turn out to be. And she's like, far so often, she said, you'll see a lot of these females that try to come to these straight women and try to change them and try to change their lifestyle and get them into that lifestyle. And she said they're so aggressive with it. But then like she said, once you get into a relationship like that, she says constantly, men ain't shit. Men don't. they constantly bash and beat men. And she was like, she used to babysit her little nieces and stuff like that. And she got tired of hearing that talk around her nieces. Because her nieces started parakeeting, repeating what the other girl was saying. She said, she says, a lot of these women just want to replace the man totally. But, I'm proud of her. She's out of that lifestyle. I've actually been slowly teaching her, giving her the truth. Something she was kind of ignoring, but fortunately, her husband she's married to now, he's a Benjamite. He's heard about the Israelites. So I had an old book from when I first came into the truth. It was one that Bishop Nathaniel had written, something that I speak, but it tells, it's like an introduction into who we are. And so she's been on that. She's been reading it, and so she asked me some questions. So, man, I feel like she's making good progress. So, but yeah, it's crazy.
Speaking of aggressive lesbians, when I lived in Atlanta in the '90s, I was waiting for the bus at let's see, Lakewood Amphitheater stop. So waiting for the bus. There's a nice looking Eve sitting down. I'm waiting for the bus, and then all of a sudden, this dark skinned, skinny, mannish acting lesbian walked up to the nice looking sister. I mean, she bust game on her like a dude would. I mean, this is mannish as she could be. I couldn't believe my eyes that I was actually seeing this. This woman going to another woman, talking to her, trying to get with her. I'm like, God dang, that was in at least 1998. But this was going on. So it's like it's gotten a lot worse because where I live now, you got that same lesbian, feminist, gay alliance or something, and it's so wicked that I know of two people that got turned out by one sodomite, a female, and this female was having hard times with her boyfriend, and this one sodomite came and just totally rearranged her brain. Now this female then went and got married to another woman, all before she was dealing with men, but now she then got married to a woman. And this one tall, skinny kid used to be in the military. He started hanging around this sodomite. And next thing I know, on Facebook, he basically said he came out the closet as gay on Facebook for everybody to see. And I kind of put two and two together and said, I always see these boys hanging out together. And the tall, light skinned kid, he dug girls. He was always in a relationship with a woman. And now I see this boy, he in a relationship with a short, skinny Edomite kid on Facebook in a relationship with this guy. And here in North Carolina, it's these lesbians, these transgenders, these feminists, these black feminists especially. It's like they're all on the same team. And if they don't like something that you say, or if it's offensive to the so-called LGBT community, then they'll join forces and they'll try their best to cancel you and put your name out there as a homophobe. So it's like we getting tag team by the sodomites, feminists, and the lesbians and the transgenders. And this
So,
is a city of 100 and maybe 130,000 people.
mm, mm, mm. Man, you're so right. Golly, I remember now that you bring that subject up, speaking about these feminist movements and stuff like that. Man, I don't know if you remember that interview about 2 years ago. That R&B singer Tank, he was on some talk show, and they had one of them drag queens on. It was like a sit down table talk. It was
Okay,
Tank, and it was these these. It was I call them alphabet people all on stage.
right.
And then it was another straight brother. So, but one of the drag queen or transgender dudes reached over and tried to kiss Tank, and Tank moved back like, "Hey, no, no,
remember that. Yeah.
Not Tank. I'm sorry, Genuine. It was Genuine. My bad. Genuine. That's who it was. And Genuine was like, no, I don't play that. And so all of a sudden, they were trying to get people to boycott him because he was homophobe. And like he told, hey, you do what you do, but you don't put your hands on me. You don't put your lips on me. I don't swing the way. You're not going to persuade me to come down to your lifestyle. So they tried to come down on the brother because he wasn't going to let another man put his hands and his lips on him. I'm like, man, it's crazy.
And
It's like,
it's like they shame us straight men they try to shame they try to shame us to
And I'm sorry, brothers.
yeah.
Just that story was genuine, brother, because Tank made a crazy statement that, basically if a man gives another man head, that don't necessarily mean he's a homosexual. So it definitely wasn't Tank, God.
yeah, you're
It
right,
was
bro. My bad.
genuine.
Yeah, yeah, crazy, man. And what was this? Not too long ago, there was a sister that was at a spa. Her and her little girl, her and her daughter. It was a sister, Jake's sister. I think the video's on YouTube, and she's in the spa with her little girl, And all of a sudden, Edomite sodomite comes in, butt naked. Sister get mad, boy. She cussed and she grabbed her daughter, come up out there. She go to the counter, and Moab was running it. So she let Moab know, hey, I got a, I got like I think my daughter may be 8, 9 years old. I got a daughter right here, and this man coming here butt ass naked in front of my daughter, inside the spot like it ain't nothing. Oh, we can't stop him from doing that. And she was like bullshit. She was going off. She like, she didn't give a damn. Call the police. She wanted to call the police. She was like, this is my daughter. She's young. She don't need to be experiencing stuff like that. And it's crazy because I think it's
Title 9.
Title 9. I'm trying to remember my case law. I'm a cop. I should know all my case law. I'm sorry. Um, in public schools, a little boy can go into the girls' bathroom and vice versa. All you got, even the grown man, all you got to do is say the words, "I feel like a woman today," and
Yes,
he
sir.
can go to the women's bathroom. Vice versa. And it's crazy, man. Because we were home. At one of the schools I had to go, I was SRO at. Man, dudes going in the bathroom, and you can't do nothing. Come out, you feel like a female. Best believe when I was in the world, when I was a kid in high school, hell, I'm gonna be a female every day that's going to the girls' shower. But now that's protected because now you're being sexist if you can't do that. I mean, man, this world it's
Yeah,
crazy, man.
it is. Yes, it is. They had that bathroom bill here in North Carolina. The bathroom bill which says that, which I agree with it. I mean, it made sense. It said basically you can't go into if you were born a male, you're supposed to go to the male bathroom. If you're born a female, you're supposed to go to the female bathroom. So basically saying whatever your birth was on your birth certificate, that's the bathroom you're supposed to go to.
Mm-hmm.
So they raised such a fuss here, and it was in Charlotte. This was the bill was originated in the city of Charlotte. So man, they raised so much hell about that thing. They made the All Star, not the All Star game. Excuse me, the what's the NBA? The All Star game. The They was gonna be in Charlotte, but they raised so much of a fuss about the bathroom bill that the NBA said nope, you ain't gonna have it. You ain't gonna have the All Star game in Charlotte because y'all are homophobic. Y'all is offending people's rights. So y'all gonna lose the the uh the All Star game. And they raised so much saying about it. I think eventually, I believe they finally just gave in and didn't push the bill no more. But the flip side to that though is this: Esau saw a chance to screw Jake over. So there was a bunch of provisions in this particular bathroom bill, like on the back end, like designed to impress Jake. So if they're in a straight bill saying no, you can't go into this bathroom if you can't go to the bathroom if you're a man. If
But,
it's that true.
right. And I think Trump was fighting against that bill. But here's the thing. These guys, the Edomites is sodomite by nature. When you look at the Greek and the Roman history, that's
Yep.
their spirit. They're sodomite by nature. But the reason why Trump and these guys is trying to stop this is because they know that more Edomites are dying than being born. and they know that sodomite thing is destroying they race because they want to keep multiplying and they know what's going on. So that's why they act like they against the sodomite thing. It's a white supremacy mindset. It's just like the Aryan race. Hitler was against sodomites, but then a lot of the Aryans behind the scenes was sodomites. But what was Hitler trying to do? Populate the earth with the Aryan Brotherhood and the Aryan race. So that's why he's against it, man. You know what I mean? It's destroying they race. You know, but they pushed it on us. They pushed it on us so that we can't have children and we can't bring forth children. Because we know two men can't bring forth life. Two women can't bring forth life, and that's why they push that so much on us too.
True,
Yeah, that's the
true,
point.
true. Just
It's
like these commercials, man. You see all these commercials, man. You see them constantly, and it's getting on my damn nerve. I see it all the time. You see a commercial, it'd be something about HIV pill. Why they got two Jake men on there?
Yes.
Then you see a family type commercial. You never see the sister with Jake. You always see the sister with Esau. You
Yep.
will never see a Jake sister and a Jake brother. Very rarely will you see that, but you always see it because they know the male carries the seed. So there's
True.
always a white man with a Jake sister, and there's always two black men together. You hardly rarely see any Esau lesbian type. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's a strategic plan.
That's what it is, brother. When you understand it, a plan. These guys sit down and they have think tanks about that. They came up with the COINTEL because they knew that what black people was on the rise. They was fearing us at that time in the 60s and 70s. They feared the hell out of us. When you had the black Muslims, you had the Black Panthers, and so on. They feared the hell out of us because those people was rising up with guns. But see, this is the thing. Esau's a damn idiot. The Lord tells you that our spiritual warfare is not carnal. You see, man, what's spiritual. So it ain't gonna be the guns that's gonna take him down like he did. It's the prophecies and the scriptures that's taking him down. And that don't mean that we don't handle our business and protect ourselves if we have to, because that's just natural. But it's the spiritualness, it's the prophecies that's destroying this devil. He's so much worried about us, but now Russia's getting ready to invade Ukraine, and he does not want that war because he know what that's going to lead to, that third world's war, what the scriptures speak about. This devil knows the scriptures. He wants to avoid these things, but guess what? He can't avoid it. The Most High told you, man. And the heart, the king's heart belongs to him. Whichever he goes, he goes. He has to deal with that third world's war. He has to deal with Revelations and the battle of Armageddon, right down there in the Middle East, where he's
megalithic.
going to fight, where they're going to bring him into the Valley of Jehoshaphat, where he's going to fight this war. He has to deal with it. Because the Negro ain't just his problem. It's a many problems he got.
True, true, true. Man, what was that in the '60s? I was in the academy. Went to the FBI Academy for firearms training. Old dude was passing for black. President, the head of FBI, Hoover made that statement.
The black
Because they've always feared us, you know. They said America's foremost. He said America's fear most is black unity. It's always been their fear. That came out of his mouth, you know.
Messiah.
And a black messenger. A black messenger.
Hmm.
They're looking to the earth instead of looking to the spiritual realm. Messiah sitting on the right hand of the Father. That's the black Messiah they need to worry about, because there ain't no black Messiah coming but our beloved Master. That's what they need to worry about, and they can't stop him. You can have a guy. There's been several black men who could be deemed as a black Messiah. He was thought of as a black Messiah, if you will. Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, brothers like that was all perceived as leaders. Elijah Muhammad, leaders in the black community, leaders for the so-called black race. But they looking the wrong way. They can't stop Messiah. So they want to sit there and expect somebody in the earth to be that black Messiah they fear. They're barking up the wrong tree, because the black Messiah they need to fear is sitting on the right hand of the Father, waiting patiently, probably stewing, probably extremely angry right now. That's the one they need to be worrying about. They ain't gonna figure that out until it's too late. But I will say this: um, any brother who gets some type of prestige as a leader in this society in Babylon the Great, they're definitely going to be watching him, tapping his phone, all that. So it's going to be a lot of COINTELPRO type stuff against our brothers that's trying to do something positive.
I was gonna say
Uh,
the
uh,
same.
Go ahead, sis. Go
No,
ahead.
I was gonna say the same thing. Same thing. I agree with him because anytime you take these type of jobs on, they actually do tap your phones. You know, they do it. We know they tap your phones. That's why. Let me look on here. Yeah, they tap your phones. That
Yeah, they watch the book of Luke 20 and 20 said they sent forth spies among Yahushua to watch him and catch him in his word. So that's just gonna go with the territory. They watching the social media, they watching the clubhouse, they watching all of that. They can watch all they want. It
Mm-hmm.
just still doesn't matter.
That's
Because
right.
like you said, they gotta deal with the spiritual, our Lord bringing this end, and they ain't gonna be able to stop it. You see what I'm saying? It's a spiritual war and a physical war. It's going to be physical, but spiritually, they can't stop what's coming down on them. They just can't.
That's right. Absolutely right. Even America's ultimate destruction in Revelation 17. And they shall hate the whore and devour her flesh and burn her with fire. The Most High put that thought in their head when it come time to send them nukes over here to utterly obliterate this place. So it's like they they think they was doing something big when they was making that atomic bomb, the ones that hit the two that hit Japan. So they was thinking that was like a great thing. But the thing is, the Most High allowed them to do that to ensure their destruction. So they got all this confidence in the ultimate weapon, the ultimate earthly weapon, but yet the confidence they
I
have
was,
in the ultimate weapon is the seeds of their destruction.
Uh, he created the smitter. He created that for that war. Yeah, go ahead, Junior. Yeah, he created that war. You want to say something, sister? He made them make the nuclear destruction. He made them make the nuclear weapons for their end.
Yes, sir.
It's in the scriptures.
Yes, indeed.
Isaiah 9 and 5, he said that, I'm paraphrasing it, but he said men went to war with garments rolled in blood. Man combat, but this should be of burning fuel of fire, nuclear destruction of those. And the man that made the nuclear destruction, the nuclear bomb, is a statement he said, you can see it on YouTube, where he said, I fear I made the bomb to destroy the world.
Right.
And you have to deal
Yeah.
with that.
Yep. He said, I think he said that. And it's another phrase he used also. I think he said something to the effect, um, I have become the god, the Hindu god of death. I think something Shiva or something, right? I think he said something to that effect as well
Right.
about
Right.
about what he did. I think he killed himself too, if I ain't mistaken.
Yeah, I think he did. He might have. Yeah, he knew that he created something that eventually was going to destroy his
Right,
mankind. Basically, destroy mankind. He knew that he created that, and he couldn't even live with himself because he felt that responsibility. That look, I'm the one that created something, but he didn't create a damn thing. The Most High put it in his mind to
right.
create that. That's what he don't understand. It was already preordained.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just uh, just like even what was my train of thought is? Sorry, I lost train of thought. Um,
Yeah, Salakia. Yeah, we're going to be shutting the room down in about a few minutes. If you guys have anything to add to the topic, to the build, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and add to the conversation. All right. If you have any questions, anything you want to bring out, we're going to give it a couple of minutes. We're going to close the room down. That way we can save the replay. All right. I'm sure brothers will probably set up other rooms that Israel can be part of. All right. To everybody for your input. This was a great room. Please make sure you follow the room, follow the mods, follow the brothers and sisters, bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. All right. This is it's been a great room. All praises to the Most High. All right. Give it a couple more minutes. If anybody has anything else to add, all right, because we got to save the replay, so we got to shut the room down. Anybody on stage have anything else to say, real quick, before we shut it down?
Yashala.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I appreciate you brothers for the work that y'all doing, and that is consistent. All praise to the Most High for the spirit and the work that y'all bringing forward, and how y'all bringing Israel together with even just here virtually, and I know y'all doing the work physically, so say the water to you brothers and all praises to the Most High. Encourage you brothers to keep up the work, and even the sisters just coming in and everybody just coming in being edified. Just to continue and let's be consistent in this. That's all I have to say. All praise to the Most High.
The water for the great words. The Most High gets the glory. We're nothing but servants and vessels, but the water for the words. We appreciate it, man. All right. All right. So we're going to go ahead and shut things down. All praises to the Most High. The water for everybody for your input and being part of the conversation. On to the next one. We're going to be here tomorrow, Most High willing. Kumi Allah, Israel. Remember, we still got next. Keep enduring. Matthew 24:13. Endure to the end. All right. That's when we'll be saved if you be the Most High's will. The water for everybody for participating in the room. All right. So the moral of the story is feminism is not our culture. Stay the hell away from it. It has never done anything good for us as a people. Right. It has brought nothing but destruction to our family structure and our nation. But with that, Kumi Allah Israel. On to the next one. Shalom.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.